Welcome to Sleep for Stories. Thank you for joining us on this relaxing and mysterious journey. Let us know in the comments where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, give this video a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tales. Wishing you a peaceful listening experience and a restful sleep. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, a break from the monotonous grind of life, a retreat to unwind. When Mia and her friends arrived at the old, secluded hotel, it seemed perfect. A vintage building, nestled away from the bustling city, surrounded by thick woods, its charm hidden behind years of decay. The kind of place that promised serenity and quiet. But it didn't take long for them to realize something was off. The moment they entered the lobby, there was an eerie, rusty, an angry, iron atmosphere hanging in the air. The hotel staff was cold, their smiles too forced, their eyes distant. They didn't talk much, and when they did, it felt like they were hiding something. Still, Mia and her group brushed it off. After all, they had come for peace and quiet, and perhaps just a little bit of thrill. They were told they'd be staying in rooms down the hall from each other. Except for one, the old creaky door at the end of the corridor had been marked out of service, though the keys still hung nearby. Curiosity got the better of them, as it often does. Mia was the first to notice it. A small, elegant key, hanging by the desk of the receptionist, with the words, "Red Room," etched in gold. Receptionist barely glanced at her as she took the key, but a small shiver passed over him, his expression faltering just for a second. "Just don't go in there," he said quietly, his voice shaky. "That room? It's not meant to be open. Mia? It's not meant to be open." Laughing it off, waved her friends over. "It's a red room. How bad could it be?" she joked. But the slight hesitation in the receptionist's voice lingered. At dinner, they couldn't help but talk about the room. Rumors quickly spread, with each friend coming up with their own wild theory about why it was off limits. Mia, ever the skeptic, was the one who most eagerly accepted the challenge. It wasn't until midnight that they finally decided to unlock the door. The handle creaked as Mia turned it, the brass glinting faintly in the dim hallway light. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a room that seemed frozen in time. The thick velvet curtains were drawn shut, casting the room in shadow, while a single red light bulb illuminated a circular pattern on the floor. Mia stepped in first, followed by her friends. The air was thick and stale, like something had been sealed here for far too long. The room was suffocatingly quiet, save for the faintest echo of whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, seeping into their ears, growing louder with each passing second. The walls were adorned with faded wallpaper, once an extravagant red with golden patterns, now peeling and cracked. A large ornate mirror hung on the far wall, reflecting the dim light in distorted angles, almost as though it was watching them. But it wasn't the mirror that caught Mia's attention. It was the feeling that had begun to creep up her spine, a sensation of being observed, of being followed. "Let's leave," one of her friends. "Let's leave." One of her friends, Sarah, said, her voice barely above a whisper. There was a quiver of fear in her tone now, and Mia, for the first time, felt it too, the oppressive weight of something ancient and unwelcoming. But Mia, ever bold, scoffed at her friends. Mia, ever bold, scoffed at her friends. "It's just a room," Mia said, moving toward the mirror. "There's nothing to be afraid of." The moment her reflection stared back at her, Mia froze. Her heart skipped a beat as the image in the mirror didn't match her movements. She could see herself standing there, yet her reflection remained still for a moment longer before it moved, slightly unnatural. The red room around her seemed to pulse, as though the walls themselves were alive, breathing. "Mia, look out!" shouted one of her friends. But before she could react, the mirror seemed to crack, spiderwebbing violently, and the lights flickered. The temperature dropped drastically. The whispering grew louder, now clearly voices, distorted and pleading, calling out her name. The room began to spin, a rush of air filling her ears like a storm. The walls felt like they were closing in. Suddenly, Mia was no longer alone. The shadows in the corners of the room grew thicker, darker, and from them emerged the figures of people. Their eyes were hollow, their skin pale and decayed, their bodies twisted and contorted. They didn't move. They just watched her. Her breath caught in her throat, her body trembling as the whispering voices became chants, chanting her name over and over again. Mia! Mia! Her friends screamed, but their voices were muffled as if drowned out by the oppressive force in the room. The temperature continued to plummet, and Mia's vision blurred, as if the room itself was warping. She reached for the door to escape, but it was no longer there. The door had vanished into the walls. "Please, let us out," Sarah cried, but her voice was swallowed by the chilling air. Mia's eyes darted back to the theatric mirror, and this time her reflection smiled, a sinister, grotesque smile, stretching unnaturally wide. The figures in the room began to move. Slowly at first, then faster, their limbs jerking, as though they were walking toward her. They are the Staradians. Theirs, they weren't real, were they? No, Mia shouted, backing away, but the figures were closing in, the mirror now reflecting their movements. The air was thick with the smell of decay. It felt as though the room was a tomb, trapping them, suffocating them. And then, just as quickly as it had all started, everything stopped. The figures froze, the voices ceased, and the lights flickered back on. The red room was silent once more, but Mia could still feel the weight of the place, the heavy gaze of the souls that lingered here. They were trapped, but the room had already begun to claim them. It wasn't a room meant for escape. It was a room meant for confinement. And now, it was hungry. Mia's heart was racing as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. The room, once still, now felt alive, as though the walls themselves were closing in on her. She could still feel the weight of the unseen eyes on her, watching, waiting. It wasn't just the shadows in the corners or the mirror, it was the room itself. It was as if it had its own heartbeat, its own pulse. Why? Why is this happening? Sarah gasped, her voice trembling as she grabbed Mia's arm. We need to get out. Now, but Mia, still paralyzed by the fear and confusion, didn't answer. She could hear her friends panicking, but all she could focus on was the mirror. The reflection of herself, standing there in the same red room, was no longer her own. It was different now, distorted, twisted, her eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, her mouth curled into a wicked, haunting grin. "Get away from the error," Mia whispered hoarsely. But it was too late. One by one, her friends turned toward the mirror, drawn to it by an unseen force. Their faces contorted with fear as they realized the reflection was no longer their own, but something darker. Their bodies seemed to shrink, their expressions twisted in terror as their reflections began to move independently, mirroring their every action but with sinister intent. The figures in the mirror smirked, their movements mocking their errors smirked, their movements mocking their real selves. Mia's heart sank. "It's not just a room," she muttered, stepping backward. "It's a trap. It's pulling us in." She looked around desperately, hoping to find a way out, but the room had changed. The door was gone, replaced by an unyielding wall of solid red. There was no escape, no way to run. The whispers had returned, louder now, reverberating off the walls. It's too late for you. The voice was deep, cold, and familiar. It wasn't just in her mind anymore. It wasn't just in her mind anymore. Coming from all around her. The voice of the room, of the curse, of the darkness that had been waiting for someone to open it. Mia turned frantically, trying to find her friends, but they were already lost. Their eyes were wide with terror, their faces frozen in an expression of helplessness, as if they were watching something far worse than just their own reflections. Suddenly, one of them screamed, a blood-curdling sound that echoed through the room. Mia turned to see Sarah, her body shaking uncontrollably, her hands gripping her head as if trying to tear away something invisible. Her reflection in the mirror was alive, its hands now reaching out to her. It was trying to pull her in, its fingers stretching out, asking, though it wanted to drag her into the glass itself. No, Mia screamed, running toward Sarah, but before she could reach her, Sarah collapsed, her body going limp as the reflection in the mirror began to laugh. An eerie, hollow sound that chilled Mia to the bone. The mirror began to vibrate, its surface rippling like water. The figures inside it, Sarah's reflection and the others, were starting to move more violently, their bodies twisting unnaturally, their faces screaming, yet no sound came from them. They were trapped, just like the rest of them. But this was far worse than just being stuck in a room. They were becoming part of the mirror. The room felt alive again, the walls pulsating as though breathing, suffocating. Mia and the others in the thick, unnatural air had to do something, anything, to stop this. It's feeding off us, Mia whispered to herself, her mind racing. She could feel it now, the weight of the room, the pressure building, as if it was pulling them into the very foundation of the hotel. She rushed forward, slamming her hands against the mirror, hoping to break it, hoping that somehow shattering it would end the nightmare. But the surface was cold, slick, and unyielding. Her hands slid off, as though the mirror was mocking. Her hands slid off, as though the mirror was mocking her attempts. The whispers in the room grew louder, more frantic. You will never leave. Mia spun around, her breath shallow, eyes wild. Her friends were lost. Sarah, now a motionless figure on the floor, and the others. Her, now a motionless figure on the floor, and the others. Here, friends, were fading, their bodies slowly vanishing, becoming part of the reflection. A single thought flashed through her mind. It's not just the room. The hotel itself is alive. It had been waiting, drawing in souls to feed on for years. Now, it had claimed them. Desperation fueled her actions. Mia searched the room for anything that could help. Her eyes fell on the single, twisted candle sitting on a small table in the corner. The flame was still flickering, almost beckoning her. Without thinking, Mia grabbed it and rushed toward the mirror again. She shoved the candle into the frame, hoping the light would overpower the shadows. As soon as the flame touched the glass, the room froze. The shadows paused. Mirror shimmered violently, as if struggling against the light. Then, with a deafening crack, the mirror shattered. But instead of freeing them, the pieces of the mirror flew outward, embedding themselves into the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Mia screamed as she felt something cold crawl over her skin. It wasn't over. The curse hadn't been broken. It had just evolved. Mia's body shook with fear, and she realized with a sinking feeling that the room, the hotel, had claimed her now, too, and the real horror was only beginning. The room fell silent for a brief moment, the air still and heavy, as if the entire world was holding its breath. But that silence didn't last long. The broken shards of the mirror trembled though something was pushing against them, trying to pull them back together. Mia's heart raced. She could feel it, the cursed force within the hotel, pulling at her, weaving through the very air around her, just as the darkness had before. It was alive, not merely a building, but a living entity with its own twisted will. The whispers had quieted, but they were not gone. They were just waiting, biding their time, and the longer Mia stood there, the more she could feel them creeping back into her mind. Her friends, their faces, their screams, still haunted her thoughts. Sarah? She turned to look at her, but the once lifeless body was no longer on the floor. The room was empty, save for Mia and the shards of broken mirror. The figure of Sarah, no, the thing that had once been Sarah, was now standing in front of her, staring through the broken mirror shards. Her reflection, now a twisted, contorted version of herself. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, an eerie, predatory smile curling on her lips. Her reflection was smiling back at Mia, though it was nothing like the friend she had known. Mia stumbled back, terror rising in her chest. The darkness was consuming them one by one. There was no escape. She had to break free. Suddenly, Sarah's voice, no, the voice of the thing that had once been Sarah, broke through the stillness. Mia, the voice was distant, familiar, but wrong. Her friend's face, distorted, evil, and now, reflecting something dark and monstrous, stared back at Mia through the shards. You can't escape. Mia could feel herself being drawn toward the shattered pieces, almost like gravity. It was as though the mirror was calling to her, forcing her to see the truth of what was happening. The figure in front of her wasn't real, not anymore. It had crossed over. They had all crossed over. The mirror was no longer just a reflection. It was a gateway, a bridge between worlds. The figure of Sarah, if it could still be called that, took a step forward, and the room seemed to breathe with her, the walls shifting, breathing in time with the unnatural rhythm of the hotel's heart. Mia's pulse raced. The force, the pull of the room, was growing stronger, trying to tear her apart. She had to do something. Anything. There had to be a way to fight this, to stop it. Desperation coursed through her veins. She ran towards the shattered mirror, ignoring the sharp shards that cut at her skin as she moved. The whispers were deafening now, pressing against her skull, urging her to give in. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She had to find a way to close the portal, to sever the connection between the world of shadows and her world. Mia grabbed the nearest shard of the mirror, its jagged edges digging into her fingers. The shard, now glowing faintly, pulsed with an eerie energy, the reflection of Sarah's grotesque form still mocking her from within. Mia forced her breath steady, pushing aside the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. The room around her felt like it was closing in, and the shadows, those twisted, wretched creatures, seemed to be pulling her in. But she wasn't going to surrender. She wasn't going to surrender, wasn't going to let this cursed hotel claim her. Too, with every ounce of strength, Mia pressed the shard of mirror into the floor, carving deep into the wooden boards beneath her feet. She could feel the room shaking, vibrating, as though it not were alive, and the light from the shard began to pulse faster, brighter, as the room responded to her actions. The shadows started to retreat, but just as Mia thought she had a moment of relief, a deep, guttural voice echoed throughout the room. You cannot break what is already broken, Mia. It was the voice of the hotel itself, cold and hollow, seeping into her bones. But Mia fought it, her hands trembling as she gripped the shard tighter, carving deeper into the floorboards. You are part of it now, the voice continued, its tone growing more threatening. You can never leave. This place will always have you. With one final desperate push, Mia forced the shard into the floor, and the room shook. A shard into the floor, and a room shook violently. The mirror pieces flashed blindingly bright, their light filling the room. The figures, Sarah and the others began to writhe, their bodies twisting, their faces distorting, as though they were being pulled in two directions. The voices distorting as though they were being pulled in two directions of the hotel screamed in agony, echoing through the walls as the light from the shard intensified, the glow now blinding, like the sun had entered the room. The shadows screamed as they were pushed back, retreating into the corners, as if the very essence of the hotel was being forced to unravel. Mia's vision blurred, and for a moment, she thought she was going to lose herself in the chaos. But then, as suddenly as the violence had started, it stopped. The room was silent again, the mirror had shattered, the floor was scorched, and the air, once thick with dread, was now still. Mia collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. The weight of the darkness had lifted, for now. The figures, the shadows, and the whispering voices were gone, but as she looked around the room, she knew this wasn't the end. She could feel it. The hotel hadn't been destroyed. It had only been pushed back. Just like the curse, but Mia was not defeated. She was not the same woman who had walked into that room. She had fought the darkness, and now she would never stop fighting it. Mia remained on the floor, her breath ragged, her body aching from the strain of the battle she had just endured. The oppressive weight of the room had lifted, but the silence that followed was unnerving. It was as if the entire hotel was holding its breath, waiting, listening. For a moment, Mia thought she might be safe, that the nightmare was over. But deep down, she knew it wasn't. The echoes of the curse still rang in her mind, whispering like distant thunder. The room, the hotel, it wasn't gone. It had only retreated. She stood, unsteady, and took a deep breath. Her fingers, still clutching the shard of forgery glass, were coated with a thin layer of sweat, but there was something else now, a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of warmth from the shard. It was as if the light within it was still alive, flickering faintly. It wasn't over. The hotel wasn't done with her yet. Mia turned, her eyes scanning the room. The walls, once thick with the presence of the curse, were now quiet. But she could feel the pulse of something ancient, something powerful, in the air. The mirror was light, the natural way. Then, at Sean Aston's shattered, its pieces scattered across the floor, and the reflection of the twisted figures had disappeared. But the hotel itself was still there, still watching. She could feel it, the weight of its gaze pressing on her from every corner of the room. The door to the room had appeared again, just as it had when they first entered, though this time the air around it seemed to shimmer, like it was both there and not there at the same time. It was a doorway out, but Mia didn't trust it. Not yet. She turned back to the shattered pieces of the mirror. The reflections of her friends, Sarah and the others, still lingered in her mind. Their faces twisted in horror, their bodies writhing in agony. They were gone now, but she could feel their presence, the guilt weighing on her like a stone in her chest. But they hadn't been lost to the curse. Not completely. Mia stepped forward, the glass shard still warm in her hand. She knew what she had to do. The mirror might have shattered, but the connection between the hotel and its curse remained, and she had been the one to awaken it. She couldn't just walk away, not without ensuring that this place would never claim anyone again. She needed to destroy it. Pulse from the shard grew stronger as she approached the center of the room. The walls seemed to thrum with a low hum, the shadows flickering like they were being drawn toward her. She raised the shard high, the light within it blazing brighter, its glow illuminating the room. casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. For a moment, she felt like the light was guiding her, like it was showing her the way forward. The moment the shard left her hand, the light exploded outward. A wave of pure energy that struck the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The entire room vibrated with the force of it, as if the building itself were groaning in pain. The shadows screamed, their forms warping, twisting, their faces contorting into grotesque shapes as they tried to resist the light. Mia stood frozen, watching as the light consumed the room. The echoes of the curse, the whispers, the figures, they were all being pushed back, shoved into the corners of the room, forced to the edges of reality. The hotel itself seemed to scream, its very existence trembling with each pulse of light, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, the room fell silent. Mia opened her eyes slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was different now, lighter, freer. The weight of the curse, the heaviness of the hotel's grip, was gone, but there was still something lingering, something that told her the battle wasn't over. She had pushed it back, but it would never truly leave, not completely. She looked around the room. The shattered mirror was gone now, replaced with a faint golden light that illuminated the space, making it seem almost peaceful. The oppressive darkness had lifted, but she could still feel the pulse of the hotel, still feel its heartbeat beneath the floor, in the walls, in the very air she breathed. As Mia turned to leave, she hesitated. She wasn't sure if she was walking out of the hotel, or if she was walking out of the hotel. The hotel was letting her leave. The door stood open, waiting, but Mia knew the truth. She knew that while the curse had been weakened, it had not been destroyed. It was still here, in the heart of Windcrest, and it would return, sooner or later. She could feel it, and when it did, she would be ready. She stepped through the door, into the quiet of the night, the moonlight casting its pale glow on the world outside. The hotel behind her, once filled with malevolent energy, was now silent. But Mia knew that silence was just the calm before the storm. She wasn't safe, not yet. Mia stepped out into the cool night air, her breath coming in shallow gasps as the weight of the hotel's curse still lingered within her. She stood for a moment in the darkness, the pale moonlight casting eerie shadows across the landscape. But it was the silence that struck her the most. The world outside seemed too peaceful, too calm after everything she had just experienced. But she couldn't shake the feeling that the calm was just a mask, a temporary reprieve before the storm returned. She looked back at the hotel. The building stood in the distance, its ancient structure silhouetted against the dark sky. Despite the strange calm, Mia could still feel its presence, pulsing beneath the earth, like a dark heart beating in rhythm with her own. The curse hadn't been defeated. It had merely been pushed back, held at bay, but it wasn't gone. Not truly. Her feet carried her forward, though her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, none of them clear. The night felt endless, the path ahead uncertain. She needed answers. She needed answers. She needed to understand what had happened. And more importantly, she needed to understand what had happened. And more importantly, she needed to know if she had truly broken the curse, or if she had only unleashed something far worse. As she walked, she realized she couldn't do this alone. She needed someone who understood the history of the hotel, someone who had witnessed its horrors before. She needed Amelia. The thought of Amelia's name brought her to a stop. The woman had been a guiding presence, offering hope and warnings, and despite everything that had happened, Mia hadn't seen her since the day they had uncovered the truth about the hotel. Had Amelia survived? Had she known more than she had let on? Mia's footsteps quickened. She had to find her, But where would she go? The town of Windcrest was small, but the streets felt endless under the weight of her thoughts. As if in response to her growing anxiety, she felt the air around her shift. The familiar pulse of the curse began to hum in her veins once again, more intense than before. It was as if the land itself was calling to her, reminding her that she couldn't escape what she had awakened. She couldn't escape the hotel. A flicker of movement caught her eye. Maya froze, her breath catching in her Leah froze, her breath catching in her throat. In the distance, barely visible through the trees, a figure stood watching her. It was a silhouette against the moonlight, but Mia could feel its eyes on her, burning into her. Mia! The voice was faint, but it reached her all of the same, cold and familiar. Her heart pounded in her chest as the figure stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. It was Amelia, but something was wrong. Amelia's face was pale, her eyes vacant and hollow, as though she had been drained, and hollow, as though she had been drained of life itself. Her movements were stiff, unnatural, as if she were being controlled by something other than her own will. She stopped just a few feet from Mia, her gaze locking with hers. "You shouldn't have come back," Amelia said. Her soul, her minimite tendency, shook my tears. "Do you rhyme?" Voice distant, almost robotic. "It's not over, Mia. The curse is still inside you. It's never going to leave." Mia took a cautious step back. "Amelia, what's happening? What are you?" But before she could finish, Amelia's eyes shifted, and for a brief moment, Mia saw something, someone else behind them. The dark presence that had haunted the hotel, the shadows that had watched them, were now here, in the form of Amelia. The curse had claimed her, just like it had claimed Sarah and the others. Mia's heart stopped as she realized the truth. Amelia hadn't been the one guiding her. She had been another part of the curse all along, just like the hotel, just like the mirror. The curse had taken over her, too. "No," Mia whispered, shaking her head. She stepped backward, but Amelia moved toward her, her arms outstretched like a puppet controlled by the hotel itself. "You can't escape it, Mia," Amelia repeated, her voice now cold and menacing. "You're just another part of it now. It's inside you. It's inside us all." Mia's mind raced. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. But she wasn't about to let herself be taken, not without a fight. With a surge of determination, Mia reached into her pocket, her fingers brushing against the shard of glass she had kept with her. The last remnants of the shattered mirror. The shard pulsed with energy, the same energy that had driven the curse back in the hotel. It wasn't just a tool, it was part of the solution, part of the light that had fought the darkness, but now she had to make it work again. "Stay back," Mia shouted, holding the shard in front of her like a weapon. The light from it flickered brightly, and for a moment, the shadows around her seemed to retreat, recoiling from the light. Amelia's eyes flared with a mixture of rage and despair. "You think the light will save you? You think you can defeat what has been here for centuries?" Her voice was now a growl, a twisted version of the woman Mia had once known. The darkness around them thickened, wrapping around Mia like a suffocating fog. But Mia stood her ground, the shard glowing brighter, pushing back the shadows. "I can fight this," Mia said, her voice steady but fierce. "I won't let it consume me." Amelia took another step forward, but the light from the shard blazed, brighter than before, and with a loud crack, the ground beneath them shook. The air beneath them shook, the air hummed with energy, and for a moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. And then, just as suddenly as the tension had built, the darkness withdrew. Mia stood in the clearing, her heart racing, the light from the shard flickering, but still holding strong. Amelia was gone, or at least, the creature that had taken her place was gone. But Mia knew this was far from over. The curse had been forced back for now, but she could feel it lingering, waiting, watching. The battle was far from over. Mia's chest heaved as she stood alone in the eerie clearing, the cool night air brushing against her skin. Her fingers were still tightly gripped around the shard of the shattered mirror, the glow from it flickering, but it wasn't enough to calm her nerves. Amelia was gone, or at least, the dark force that had taken control of her was gone. But Mia knew this was just another temporary victory. The curse, that relentless and ancient presence, was not gone. It was simply waiting for its next opportunity. Mia had pushed back the darkness once, but she wasn't naive enough to believe it would stay away for long. The more she thought about it, the more she thought about it, the more she understood. The hotel, the mirror, the strange connection between them and the land. It was all part of something bigger, something that reached far beyond just this cursed hotel. It was tied to the very land, to the people of Windcrest, and to the town's history. It was a deep, ancient evil, one that had been sealed and hidden for centuries, but now that it had been awakened, Mia couldn't outrun it. She could only fight. And now, she had to figure out how to truly end it. Her mind raced as she walked through the dark streets of Windcrest, the town eerily silent around her. The houses were dark, and not a single person was on the streets. The town felt abandoned, as though the curse had taken everything and everyone with it, leaving only the echoes of what had been. Mia passed by the old church at the edge of town. She had been there before, during her search for answers, but now it seemed like the only place left that might hold the key to ending it all. She could sense the connection, the thread that tied everything together. The church, with its ancient stained glass windows and weathered stone walls, was more than just a place of worship. It was a symbol, a place that might have held answers from the time when the curse was first bound to the land with no other choices left. Mia pushed open the heavy wooden door of the church. It creaked on its hinges, and the darkness inside seemed to swallow her whole as she stepped into the silence. The air smelled of old wood, incense, and dust, a thick, heavy scent that seemed to weigh on her chest. The shadows in the church were deep, the moonlight streaming through the windows casting eerie patterns across the pews. She made her way down the center aisle, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. The place felt wrong, like it was holding its breath, as though something ancient was waiting just beneath the surface. At the altar, Mia froze. There, before her, was the pulpit. Behind it, a large, intricate tapestry that depicted an ancient scene. The figures in the tapestry were drawn in shades of red and black, their faces twisted in agony as they performed some kind of ritual. Their hands were raised toward a great dark figure, standing on a throne made of bones and stone. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Mia felt a chill run down her spine as she studied the tapestry. This wasn't just art. This was a record, a warning. The curse, the ritual, the very foundation of the evil that had plagued Windcrest for centuries, all of it was here, woven into the fabric of the town. And somehow Mia knew she was tied to it. A low growl echoed from the back of the church. Mia's head snapped around, her pulse quickening. She could feel it. The darkness was coming. It was rising, stretching toward her like an invisible hand, pulling her back into the very heart of the curse. Mia? The voice was faint, but unmistakable. It came from the unmistakable. It came from the far corner of the church, where the shadows seemed to pulse and grow. A figure stepped out of the darkness, its features obscured by the low light. It was tall, its face hidden beneath a hood. But Mia could feel the malevolent presence, It was him, the figure who had haunted her every step since she'd arrived in Windcrest, the one who had warned her, the one who had told her the truth about the curse. The figure stepped closer, and the air grew heavier with every step. Mia's body trembled, but she stood her ground. She had fought the darkness once before, and she could do it again. "You've done nothing but delay the inevitable," the figure's voice rumbled, cold and hollow. "The curse is part of you now. Mia, you can't escape it. You can't fight it. You're a part of the land, just as the others were." Mia shook her head, her fists clenched. "No, I'm not part of this. I will fight this curse until the end. I will not let it consume me." The figure smiled, a grotesque, twisted grin that seemed to stretch unnaturally wide. "You're already lost, but if you want to fight, then come. The end will come faster than you think." With a wave of his hand, the shadows around the figure surged forward, wrapping around Mia, pulling at her legs. The darkness was alive, and it was trying to drag her back into the depths of the curse. But Mia fought. She fought with every ounce of strength she had. She pulled the shard of glass from her pocket and raised it high, focusing all her energy on the light within it. The glow began to flicker, then grow brighter, pushing against the darkness that was closing in on her. "I will not let you take me," Mia shouted, her voice trembling with raw determination. The light from the shard surged outward, a wave of energy that collided with the darkness, creating a burst of light so powerful it illuminated every corner of the church. The figure staggered back, its shadowy form recoiling from the light, but even as the light burned, the figure did not disappear. It simply laughed, a low, guttural sound that sent chills down Maya's spine. "You think you can fight me? You think you can fight me?" the figure said. "This is only the beginning, Mia. You will never be free." The shadows didn't retreat completely. Instead, they swirled around her, binding her to the ground, whispering her name over and over. The light from the shard flickered, threatening to die out. Mia's mind raced. She needed something more. Something stronger. She thought of the tapestry, the ritual, the light, the shard. It wasn't enough. She needed to understand the curse fully. Her eyes flicked to toe, the altar, and her heart skipped a beat. There, hidden in plain sight, was a book, old and weathered, lying on the altar, its cover marked with symbols she recognized from the tapestry. With the last of her strength, Mia lunged forward, reaching for the book. As soon as her fingers touched it, the entire room seemed to tremble. The shadows screamed in agony, and the light within her shard blazed brighter, filling the room with blinding light. But Mia knew this was just the beginning. The curse wasn't gone. She had only just begun to understand it. The room trembled beneath her feet, the oppressive weight of the shadows pressing harder against Mia as she grasped the ancient book. As soon as her fingers closed around it, the dark figure staggered back, its form flickering as though it were made of smoke, trying to escape the force of the light. The whispers that had been so loud, so insistent, began to quiet, their echo fading into a low, dull hum. The air in the church, which had been suffocating moments before, began to shift, as though something had been unsettled deep within the foundations of the building. Mia held the book tightly, her fingers trembling as the light from the shard pulsated, brighter and stronger than ever before. She could feel its power coursing through her veins, the connection between the light, the book, and the curse growing more tangible by the second. The book itself seemed to hum in her hands, as though it was alive, and the ancient symbols on its cover were glowing faintly, pulsating in rhythm with the shard in her pocket. The figure, now retreating into the shadows, hissed in frustration, its form twisting and stretching like liquid. "You don't know what you're doing," it snarled, its voice like the sound of cracking stone. You can't understand what you're trying to unleash? You think you can control it? You will only bring more destruction. Mia's heart raced, but she didn't falter. She opened the book, its pages brittle and yellowed. The ink faded but still legible. The pages were filled with rituals, symbols, and warnings. Ancient texts, eggshells, and warnings. Ancient texts about the curse, about the hotel, about the land itself. Mia's eyes skimmed the pages, and as she read, the truth became clearer. This curse wasn't just tied to the hotel. It was tied to Windcrest, to the very land that had been built upon ancient, forgotten rituals. This was no ordinary curse. It was an anchor, a tether that bound the land and the people to the darkness. The figure stepped forward again, its shape almost solidifying, but it was weaker now, its form flickering. With each step, "You can't break it," it spat. "It's too late. You are part of it. You can't stop what's been set into motion." But Mia wasn't listening. The pieces were falling into place. She had felt the pull of the curse long before she had set foot in Windcrest. She had felt the shadows in the forest, the whispers in the night. This land had been steeped in darkness for centuries, and now she was the one who had to end it. She was the one who had to end it. She was the one who had unlocked the door, but she was also the one who could close it. Her fingers traced the symbols on the book, each one more intricate than the last. She understood now that the light she had wielded wasn't enough on its own. It was a part of the solution, but she needed the Eidavorain. At your side, Awi, and Nei, Sikranawasi came under it too. Ridiculous to been such hearted ability, he. The rituals in the book revealed a way to sever the connection between the curse and the land. But it required something more than just strength. It required sacrifice. The light from the shard flickered, its glow dimming slightly as Mia's mind raced. She knew what she had to do. The curse wasn't going to vanish by just forcing it back. She had to break the connection between the land and the darkness. And for that, she needed to face the heart of it, turning to face the figure. One last time, Mia raised the book high, the symbols glowing brighter, pulsing with an energy that vibrated through the very floor beneath her. The shadows recoiled, screaming as if in pain. Mia's voice was steady, though her heart was steady. Though her heart was pounding in her chest. "This ends now." The figure let out an unearthly scream, a scream so powerful that the very walls of the church shook. "You fool!" it bellowed. "You don't know what you're doing. You cannot destroy me. I am the land. I am the curse." But Mia knew better. She wasn't destroying it. She wasn't even trying to. She was severing the tie between them. The curse had to be broken, but the land needed to be freed from it. The key to it all was in the rituals, in the knowledge passed down through centuries. She had read it, understood it, and now she was ready to do what was necessary. The air around her crackled as she whispered the incantation from the book, the words ancient and powerful, the power behind them older than anything she could comprehend. The church groaned, as if resisting, as if the very earth beneath her feet was fighting against the ritual. The ground shook violently as the shadows screamed in agony, their forms twisting, flickering, and Andy. Then, in a burst of light, everything stopped. The church fell silent, the oppressive darkness lifting like a weight that had been dragging the town down for centuries. Mia stood there, the book still clutched tightly in her hands. The shard there, the book still clutched tightly in her hands. The shard of glass flickering dimly in her pocket. The figure had disappeared, consumed by the light. The air felt lighter, freer, as if the curse had been released, its hold on the land broken. But Mia knew better. This wasn't the end. It couldn't be. The shadows still lingered, still waiting for the next opportunity to return. The battle would never truly end. But for now, for this moment, the curse had been severed, and Windcrest was free, at least for the time being. Mia walked slowly toward the door, her mind still spinning with the weight of what had just happened. The world outside was quiet, the town of Windcrest still cloaked in darkness, but Mia knew that the light had won. For now. And she wasn't done yet. There was more to the story, more to the curse, and when the darkness returned, she would be ready. Mia stepped out of the church, the heavy wooden door creaking closed behind her. The night was still, almost unnaturally so. It was as if the entire town of Windcrest had held its breath during the final moments in the church. The moon hung high above, casting a soft, pale light over the streets. But there was something unsettling about the stillness. The tension in the air hadn't completely dissipated, and Mia knew it. Her heart raced, each step feeling heavier than the last, as if the weight of everything that had happened was pressing down on her. The curse had been severed, but not destroyed. The darkness had been pushed back, but Mia understood now that it wasn't something that could simply be eliminated. It was part of this land, part of the very fabric of Windcrest, and as long as the land remained, so too would the threat. Mia had hoped that once the connection between the curse and the land was broken, things would return to normal. But it was clear now that there was no such thing as normal in Windcrest. The curse had been an anchor, a twisted tether, and it would not easily be forgotten. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind her. She froze, her pulse quickening, her senses on alert. She turned slowly, her breath catching in her throat when she saw who it was. Amelia. But it wasn't the Amelia she had known. The woman before her was something different, something hollow. Her eyes were still vacant, her movements stiff and unnatural. Just like before, the faint glow of the curse still clung to her, like a shadow that refused to fade. "Amelia," Mia whispered, her voice trembling. "You're still here, but you're not you." Amelia's lips curled into a thin, emotionless smile. "You did it, Mia," she said, her voice distant, as if someone else were speaking through her. "You broke the curse for now, but you can't free us. We are bound to this place. You can never leave Windcrest." Mia took a step back, her mind racing. "No, you don't have to be like this. You can be free." Amelia's smile faded, her eyes narrowing. "You think I don't know that? I've seen it, Mia. You can't escape it. The curse was never meant to be destroyed. It was meant to be controlled. And you..." She paused, her gaze growing darker. "You're a part of it now." Mia's heart sank. She shook her head, trying to deny it. "I'm not a part of this. I broke it. You didn't break it," Amelia interrupted, her voice growing more ominous. "You only delayed it. The curse is inside you now. Just like it's inside you now. Just like it's inside all of us. You can feel it, can't you? It's alive in your veins. It's waiting." Mia could feel it too. The pull, the lingering darkness, tugging at her from within. The shard of the mirror, now dim and dull in her pocket, had once burned brightly with the power of the light, but now its glow had dimmed. The light wasn't gone. She could still feel its presence, but it was fading, and with it, the dark presence of the curse was beginning to stir again. "No," Mia said, her voice shaking but determined. "I won't let it take me. Not again." Amelia stepped forward, her movements unnatural, jerky, as though her body was being controlled by something else. "It's not about what you want anymore, Mia. It's about what you are. You can never escape it." Mia backed away, her mind racing. She had to do something. She had to stop this. Stop the curse from taking hold of her again. The light had weakened, but it was still inside her. With the curse, they were about understanding it, controlling it, finding a way to use it without letting it consume her. "Amelia," You don't have to do this. I can help you, Weekenen. Amelia lunged forward, her hands reaching for Mia, her fingers reaching for Mia, her fingers wait. Light claws. There is no help for me anymore, she hissed. You've already made your choice. You are one with it now. In that moment, Mia knew the truth. The curse had been inside her all along. She hadn't just fought it. It had chosen her. She wasn't an outsider in this battle. She was part of the land. Part of the darkness that had consumed Windcrest for centuries. And no matter how hard she tried to fight it, she would always be connected to it. But she also knew one thing. She also knew one thing. Would not let it control her. She would not be another pawn in its twisted game. Mia reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the shard of the broken mirror once again. The glow from it flickered back to life, bright and strong, and, this time, it felt different. It wasn't just the light that had been used to push the curse back. It was a part of her. The shard was an extension of herself, of the strength she had found, of the light that had been awakened within her. Amelia, Mia said, her voice steady, powerful. I won't let it take me. I will control it. With a cry of defiance, Mia thrust the shard forward, the light flashing brighter than ever before. The air around them crackled with energy, the ground shaking, as if the very earth itself were responding to the force. The shadows recoiled, the dark presence that had taken Amelia struggling against the light. But it was no use. The power from the shard, the light from Mia's heart, was stronger than the curse. Amelia screamed, her body convulsing. But the darkness had no hold on her now. The light was pushing it back, forcing it out. For the first time, Mia could see the real Amelia, her friend, her ally, fighting to break free from the curse that had claimed her. The light surged, the shadows evaporating into nothingness, and with one final bright flash, everything went silent. Mia stood there, breathing heavily, the shard still glowing faintly in her hand. Amelia lay on the ground, her body still, but her eyes, those empty, vacant eyes, now shone with a glimmer of recognition. The curse had been driven out. But Mia knew it wasn't gone. It was never gone. It would always return, and she would always return, always fight it. Mia stood still, breathing heavily, the shard of the broken mirror in her hand still glowing faintly. Her heart was racing, but the weight of the battle seemed to lift from her shoulders. The church was silent, the darkness that had plagued it for so long finally retreating. But the peace, she knew, was only temporary. Amelia, still lying on the cold floor, took a shallow breath. Her eyes fluttered open, and for the first time in what seemed like ages, they were no longer empty or hollow. They were her own eyes, filled with confusion, fear, and something else, something Mia had never seen before. Mia, Amelia's voice was weak, barely a whisper, but it was enough to make Mia's heart tighten with relief. Mia rushed to her side, kneeling beside her. Amelia, you're back. Amelia slowly sat up, her hands shaking as she wiped her forehead. She looked around the church, her expression a mix of horror and disbelief. What happened? She glanced at Mia, her voice still shaky. I don't remember. I was trapped in it. In the curse. It was like I wasn't me anymore? Mia nodded, gripping her friend's arm to steady her. It's not over, she said softly, her voice laced with both determination and fear. But we've broken part of it. The curse is no longer controlling you. It's not gone, though. It's still in this town and in me. Amelia looked up at her, her brow furrowing with confusion. In you? What do you mean? Mia hesitated. She had known this moment would come. The moment when the truth would be too heavy to bear. The curse. Amelia. I was chosen. It's not just the hotel. It's the land, the people, the town. It's inside me. It always has been. But I can't let it take me again. I won't. Amelia stared at her wide-eyed. Mia, how do you even fight something like that? You're not just fighting the curse anymore. You're fighting yourself. Mia's hand tightened around the shard. I don't know, but I will. I have to. The light is still inside me, and I can use it to push the darkness back. We can find a way to stop it for good. Amelia nodded slowly, her expression hardening. Then let's do it. Together. Mia helped Amelia to her feet, her heart pounding. The moment of victory they had both hoped for had come. But it wasn't the end. They both hoped for had come. But it wasn't the end. Knew that the curse was still a presence in the town, an invisible weight in the air. It had been waiting for centuries, and it wasn't going to just fade away. Mia could feel it, lurking beneath the surface, just out of reach. The two women beneath the surface, just out of reach, walked out of the church, the cold wind sweeping through the streets of Windcrest. The town seemed untouched by the chaos that had just unfolded. The houses were quiet, the streets empty, as if the curse had drained the very life out of the place. The fog that had once crept through the town had disappeared, but the air still felt thick, heavy with the remnants of the dark energy that had once consumed it. We need to get to the heart of it, Mia said, her voice steady despite the dread that still lingered in her chest. The hotel, that's where it all started. That's where we can finish it. We can't just stop it. We have to end it. Amelia nodded. But we can't just walk in there like last time. It's not the same. The hotel has grown more powerful. The curse isn't something we can defeat with just light. Mia clenched her fists. She wasn't sure how they would do it, but she knew they had to try. There had to be a way. They had come this far. They couldn't turn away. Turn back now, not with everything they had sacrificed. The hotel loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette cutting through the pale moonlight. It was quiet, but Mia could feel the pulse of the curse in the ground beneath her feet, the weight of it pressing in on her, reminding her that the battle was far from over. They reached the front door of the hotel, but this time Mia didn't hesitate. She pushed it open with a force she hadn't felt before, the door creaking on its hinges as they entered the cursed building once again. The air inside was thick with tension, the walls seeming to press in on them. The hotel hadn't changed on the outside, but inside, Mia could feel the difference. The darkness had grown stronger, more insistent, as if it were waiting for them, ready to swallow them whole. The hallways were silent, empty, too quiet. Mia's eyes scanned the walls, the broken windows, the shadows that clung to the corners, like they were alive, though the hotel itself was watching them, waiting for them to make a move. Amelia stepped closer to Mia, her voice a whisper. We have to find the heart of it. Mia, we have to find the source of the curse and destroy it. Mia nodded. Her gaze fixed on the hallway ahead. It's here. I can feel it. They walked deeper into the hotel, past the rooms where they had once faced the horrors of the curse, the mirrors, the shadows, the whispers that had followed them, Mia's thoughts that had followed them. Mia's thoughts raced, remembering everything that had happened, the people she had lost, the friends she had failed to save. But now wasn't the time for regret. Now was the time to end it. They reached the grand staircase, the once beautiful wood now warped and decaying. Mia took a deep breath before ascending, knowing that every step took them closer to whatever waited at the top. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out before them, leading to the closed door that had been sealed since the curse had first taken hold of the hotel, the door that led to the heart of it all. Mia could feel it now, the presence of the curse stronger than ever. It was inside this room. She could sense the energy, the pull, as if the very walls were alive, feeding off their fear. Mia reached out, her hand trembling as she touched the door. And then it opened. The door creaked open with a haunting, slow groan, as if it hadn't been disturbed in centuries. The air that poured out from the room was cold and stale, thick with the scent of decay. It was as if the very room had been holding its breath, waiting for them to enter. Mia's heart raced in her chest as she stepped into the room, followed closely by Amelia. The flickering light from the shard in Mia's pocket cast eerie shadows across the walls, illuminating a scene that felt both ancient and freshly carved into the very fabric of the hotel. The room was vast, but it felt suffocating. At its center stood a stone altar, aged and covered in symbols Mia recognized from the book. Symbols tied to the curse, to the land, to the ritual that had bound it all together. Around the altar were intricate carvings, like maps etched into the stone. Their raps etched into the stone. Their meanings obscure but unmistakable in their complexity. But it was the presence in the room that struck Mia the hardest. It wasn't just the shadows or the chilling cold. It was the feeling, the overwhelming sensation that they were no longer alone, that something was watching them from the corners of the room. Something old, something alive. The silence was broken by a low, guttural sound, reverberating off the walls. "You're too late," the voice said. It was deep, otherworldly, and carried a coldness that made Mia's skin crawl. The sound seemed to come from all directions, like it was coming from the very air around them. Mia's breath hitched. She demanded, her voice steadier than she felt from the shadows. A figure slowly emerged. It was tall, its form barely visible, cloaked in darkness. Mia couldn't make out its features, but she could feel its presence, its power. It was the delight that buried in French best to his quarters eat what rolls their eyes eternally outstretched on. It played this source of the curse, the one who had been the curse, the one who had watched, waited, and fed off the land for centuries. "You dare ask who I am," the voice echoed again, now clearer, dripping with malice. "I am the beginning and the end. I am the curse that binds this place to the darkness. And you, Mia, are nothing more than a tool, a pawn." Amelia stepped forward, her voice echoed her voice, trembling but determined. "No, we won't let you control us any longer. The curse ends now." The figure laughed, a hollow, mocking sound that reverberated through the room. "The curse cannot be ended, not by you, not by anyone. It is the land. It is Windcrest itself. You cannot destroy me. I have lived here, in the shadows, for as long as your kind has walked these lands, and you, Mia, are as bound to this place as I am." Mia clenched her fists, the shard still tucked in her pocket. She could feel it, the light within it, pulsing with energy. She wasn't just here to fight the curse. She was here to break the bond between the curse and the land. Once and for all, "You're wrong," Mia said, her voice firm despite the overwhelming darkness. "I am not just a part of this curse. I can end it. I can end you." The figure took a step closer, its form shifting as it moved. The room grew colder, and the shadows seemed to twist and writhe, pulling toward the Geraldo. Hagrade Staldagger, Bashin Merait, Biddy Altar. "You think you can control what is beyond you? You think you can fight the darkness that has existed for centuries? You have no idea what you are dealing with." But Mia wasn't listening anymore. She reached into her pocket, her hand closing around the shard. She could feel its light growing, burning against her skin. It was powerful, stronger now than ever before. The curse had tried to break her, but it hadn't succeeded. She wasn't a puppet. She was the one who held the power now. With a deep breath, Mia pulled the shard from her pocket and held it high. The light erupted from it, filling the room with a blinding brilliance. The shadows recoiled, their dark forms twisting and screeching in agony as the light swept through the room like a cleansing fire. The figure let out a primal scream, its form flickering in and out, as if the intruder flickering in and out, as if the light was tearing it apart. No, this cannot be. You cannot destroy me. The room shook violently, the walls trembling as the altar began to crack, the symbols on it glowing with a fierce, pulsating light. The bond between the land and the curse was beginning to shatter, piece by piece. The ancient power that had held Windcrest in its grip for so long was weakening. "I control this now," Mia shouted, her voice echoing through the room filled with the force of her will. "I will end the curse. I will free this town, and I will free myself." With a final, blinding surge of light, the figure howled, its form disintegrating, the shadows it controlled evaporating into nothingness. The altar exploded with a deafening crack, sending a shock wave through the room. The walls began to crumble. And for a moment, it felt as if the entire hotel would collapse around them. But Mia stood strong, holding the shard high, the light still burning brightly. Cutting through the darkness, the room shook and trembled. But the curse was finally breaking apart, unraveling in the face of the light she wielded. The ground beneath their feet trembled one final time before everything went still. Mia lowered the shard, the light dimming slowly. But the room was no longer the oppressive, cursed space it had once been. The air was lighter now, the oppressive weight of the darkness finally gone. She could feel it in her bones. The land had been freed. Amelia stepped forward, her voice soft, but filled with awe. "Mia, it's over." Mia nodded slowly, her heart still racing. For now. They turned to leave the room, but as Mia passed the shattered altar, she couldn't shake the feeling that the curse wasn't gone entirely. It had been defeated, for now, but the darkness, as ancient as the land itself, might one day rise again, and when it did, Mia would be ready. The journey wasn't over. The battle wasn't over. Mia and Amelia slowly made their way out of the heart of the cursed hotel, the echoes of the battle, the echoes of the battle, still lingering in the air. The oppressive weight of the curse that had once held Windcrest in its grasp had lifted, but Mia could feel the tension in her chest, the faintest whisper in the back of her mind, telling her that the battle wasn't truly over. The light from the shard was still with her, though faint, like a beacon of hope. As they left the altar behind, the hallway seemed to stretch out in front of them. The dark shadows that had once clung to the walls now seemed less menacing, their forms dissipating as the room fell into a natural silence. The hotel felt different, like it had shed its skin and was no longer the place of torment it once was. But Mia knew better. This was only the beginning of something much larger. The curse had been broken, but there were still unanswered questions. Why had she been chosen? What was the true source of the darkness? "Do you think it's really over?" Amelia's voice broke through Mia's thoughts, her tone cautious, almost too quiet. Mia glanced at her. Amelia's face was tired, haunted by the memory of what had happened to her, but there was a spark of determination in her eyes. Mia could see that her friend was still holding on to hope, but there was a weariness too. It was hard to ignore the truth. They had barely survived, and there was still so much unknown. "I don't know," Mia admitted, her voice low, "but I can feel it. The land, the hotel, it's not gone. The curse, it's still part of this place, but it's been weakened. I can feel it in my bones. The bond, the tether. It's breaking." Amelia nodded, walking beside Mia as they continued down the hallway. And what now? What do we do? Mia paused at the door to the outside world, her hand hovering over the doorknob. The cool night air from outside was a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside the hotel. They had fought the curse, but Mia still wasn't sure they had fought the curse. But Mia still wasn't sure they had won. The darkness was ancient, and it wasn't easily defeated. I don't know, Mia said, turning the doorknob slowly. But we need answers. We can't just walk away and hope it stays gone. I need to understand why I was chosen for this. Why? The curse is tied to me. Amelia followed Mia through the door, their footsteps crunching against the cold ground outside. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows across the deserted streets of Windcrest. The town looked peaceful, even though Mia could feel the remnants of the curse in the air, lingering like a storm waiting to strike. We need to find someone who knows more about this, Mia continued, her voice steady but filled with uncertainty. Someone who can help us understand what happened. Who put the curse here? And why me? Amelia's eyes darkened, and she turned toward the street, her face etched with worry. There's someone I think might know, she said quietly. An old historian in town. He's been studying Windcrest's history for years. You might have the answers we need. Mia nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. They had no other choice but to seek out this person. They had to understand the full extent of what they had just battled. They had just begun to unravel the truth about Windcrest and the dark history that had bound this town in eternal suffering. There was no turning back now. They made their way to the outskirts of the town, toward the small, overgrown house at the edge of the woods. The old historian lived in a ramshackle cottage surrounded by tall trees, with vines creeping up its sides and the windows fogged with age. The path leading up to the house was narrow, the ground uneven, and as they approached, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, the curse, the land. It was as if it had been alive, waiting to see what they would do next. The door creaked open as they knocked, revealing a tall, thin man with a weathered face and sharp, calculating eyes. His hair was a tangled mess of gray, and his clothes were old and faded, as if he had been living in isolation for years. Ah, the brave ones, the man said with a dry chuckle, his voice rough from age. I knew you'd come. The curse is not easily defeated, but it's been weakened, hasn't it? Come inside. I've been waiting for you. They entered the house, the air thick with the scent of old books and wood. The room was dimly lit by candles and a single lamp that flickered in the corner. The man led them to a table covered in maps and old scrolls, all filled with writings about Windcrest's past. You're the one who can help us, aren't you? Mia asked, her voice filled with urgency. You know what this town has been through. You know what's really happening here. The historian nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the two women. I've been studying Windcrest for many years, he said, his voice steady but filled with gravity. The curse that plagues this town goes deeper than you can imagine. It wasn't just a curse placed by one person. It's the land itself, twisted by old magic, ancient rituals, and a history long forgotten. Mia leaned forward, her heart pounding. But why me? Why was I chosen to carry it? And how do we stop it for good? The historian's face grew somber. The curse is tied to the very foundation of this town. It's a legacy of greed, of power, of those who sought to control what they shouldn't have. And you, Mia, are the key to ending it. But to truly break it, you must understand the full history. Your history? Mia's mind raced. My history? She asked, her voice thick with disbelief. What does that have to do with anything? The historian's eyes gleamed with a strange intensity as he spoke again. his voice low and serious. "You are connected to this place, Mia. Your bloodline runs deeper into this land than you realize. Your ancestors were among the first to come here, to settle in Windcrest. They made a deal with forces beyond their understanding, and that deal, unbeknownst to them, became the very curse that haunts this land. You are the descendant of those who first brought the curse here. And now, you are the descendant of those who first brought the curse here, and now, you are the one who must break it." Mia felt her breath catch in her chest. The truth was more than she could comprehend. She was tied to Windcrest, tied to the curse, in ways she hadn't known. But now, she had to face it, and she had to finish what had been started centuries ago. "We need to gather the remaining pieces," the historian said, his voice grave. "The rituals, the history, the bloodline, it all leads to one final confrontation. If you want to end this, truly end it, you want to end this, truly end it, must return to where it all began." Mia nodded, her resolve hardening. The battle wasn't over. She had won the first part, but there was more to do. The curse, the darkness, it wasn't gone. But with the answers she was beginning to uncover, she felt ready for whatever came next. Windcrest wasn't finished with her yet. Mia sat at the small wooden table in the historian's cottage, her mind racing with everything she had just learned. The historian's words hung heavy in the air. The historian's words hung heavy in the air, settling around her like an ominous fog. Her bloodline, the curse, the land itself. She had known Windcrest was cursed, but she had no idea how deeply she was connected to it, how much her own history was intertwined with the darkness that had consumed this town for centuries. Amelia sat across from her, still digesting the gravity of the situation. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Mia could feel the weight of the world pressing on her, but she knew one thing for sure. The curse wasn't over. It was waiting, biding its time, and Mia had to end it. For herself, for Windcrest, for everyone who had suffered because of it. "Do you really think you can do it?" Amelia asked softly, breaking the silence. Mia looked up at her friend, her heart heavy with doubt, but her voice steady. "I have to. I have no choice now," the historian said. "I'm the key, whatever that means, but I need to know everything. The history, the rituals, everything." The historian, who had been silent for a few moments, cleared his throat. "It's not just about knowing the rituals. Mia, you must embrace the knowledge, face the truth about your ancestors, and the deal they made. The curse is not just a thing. It's a pact, a binding contract, and breaking it won't be easy. It will require strength, sacrifice, and something more." Mia's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? Something more?" The historian paused, his face a mask of uncertainty, as though he was afraid of the very words he was about to speak. "The curse was born of blood, Mia, and to break it, it may require blood as well." Mia's heart skipped a beat. "You mean?" He nodded slowly. "I fear that in the end, the curse may only be broken with a personal sacrifice. The curse is tied to the land, to the first settlers. Your ancestors may have unwittingly bound their own lives to it, and now their own lives to it, and now their own descendants. Your blood must carry the weight of that legacy. To truly end it, you may have to make the ultimate choice." Mia's chest tightened, the implications of his words sinking in. A sacrifice, a choice that could change everything. She glanced at Amelia, but the look in her friend's eyes told her that even she didn't know how to help her now. This wasn't something anyone could fix with just a prayer or a spell. This was about power, blood, and choices that reached into the if they were in TTs, and reached our areas is an immortal blood, and choices that reached very fabric of time and existence. "I'm not ready for this," Mia muttered under her breath, her voice a whisper of defeat. How do I even begin to fight something like this? Amelia reached out, placing a hand on Mia's, grounding her. You're not alone, Mia. You have me, and you have the light. Remember that. Mia nodded, though doubt still gnawed at her insides. The light had helped her fight the curse before, but this time, it felt different. The curse wasn't just an external force. It was tied to her very being. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about severing the bond between her and the land, between her bloodline and the land. Darkness. The historian stood, his old bones creaking as he moved toward a small, dusty shelf. There's one place you must go, the place where it all began, the location of the original ritual, the founding of this cursed town. If you want to end the curse, truly end it, you must go to the source. Mia followed him, her curiosity piqued. He pulled out an old, brittle map and spread it across the table. This is Windcrest, but it's before the town was built. This is where the town was built. First settlers arrived. The place where the ritual was performed, the land is marked by an ancient symbol, the sigil of the curse. He pointed to a small clearing deep within the forest, far from the town. You must go there, Mia. Find the there, Mia, sigil, and perform the final ritual. The curse will be broken, but the cost will be great. Mia studied the map, her mind whirling with the possibilities. The forest was dense, uncharted territory. The thought of venturing into it alone made her uneasy, but she had no choice. This was the only way. When do I leave? Mia asked, her voice steady, despite the storm brewing inside her. She was ready to face whatever came next, no matter the cost. The historian sighed. You can leave at first light, but know this. The curse will fight back. It will not let go easily, and it may try to stop you. The land, the sigil, they have a power beyond what you've experienced so far. Mia took a deep breath. I'll be ready. The night passed in uneasy silence. Mia couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with questions, with fears of what might lie ahead. The map in front of her seemed like a mockery, an invitation to something dark and ancient, something that held the secrets of Windcrest's twisted past, the sacrifice, the choice, the blood. It all weighed heavily on her. As dawn broke, Mia packed her things. The map, the shard, the book. She could feel the light within her, the pulse of it that had carried her this far. But she knew it wouldn't be enough to end this. She needed to confront the heart of it all. She needed to go to the source. Amelia was waiting for her by the door. Be careful, Mia. Whatever happens, you're not alone. I'll be here, waiting for you. Mia gave her a faint smile. I know, thank you. With one last look at the historian's cottage, Mia stepped into the cool morning air, her heart pounding as she made her way toward the forest. The trees loomed ahead like silent sentinels, their twisted branches reaching out like dark hands. The journey ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The curse had to end, and Mia was the one who would end it. She entered the forest, the weight of her task pressing on her shoulders, but she walked with purpose. The light within her shoulders, but she walked with purpose, flickered, but it was still there, guiding her forward. The curse would fight her, but Mia was determined, and she would not stop until the last shadow was destroyed. The dense forest grew darker with every step Mia took, the towering trees around her blocking out the morning light. The path was narrow and overgrown, but Mia moved forward with determination. The map clutched tightly in her hand guided her steps, but the ominous silence of the forest pressed against her, thick and sinister, unnerving. Every now and then, she thought she saw something in the corner of her eye, shadows moving where there shouldn't be shadows, glimpses of dark figures flickering among the trees. She shook it off. The curse had a way of warping her perception, of making her question what was real and what was just the remnants of the darkness trying to drag her back. Her footsteps echoed through the forest as she pushed deeper, the air growing colder with each passing minute. Mia could feel the weight of the land, the pressure beneath her feet, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The closer she got to the sigil, the source, the more she could feel the curse pulling at her from all sides. It was trying to stop her, to stop her, to turn her around, but she wouldn't be deterred. She had come too far to turn back now. The trees seemed to close in around her, the path narrowing to a near impossible width. The map pointed to a clearing up ahead, but Mia wasn't sure how far it was. She wasn't even sure what she'd find when she reached it. Would the sigil be a symbol on the ground, a piece of ancient magic hidden beneath the trees? Or would it be something more sinister, a presence that had been waiting for centuries? She had to prepare herself for anything. As she walked on, a deep, hollow sound echoed through the trees. It wasn't like any animal she had ever heard before. No bird, no creature of the forest. It was a long, resonating noise, like something ancient was stirring, calling to her. Mia froze. The air shifted around her, suddenly colder. A chill crawled up her spine as she turned, her heart thudding in her chest. The shadows were no longer just shadows. They were moving, twisting, and coiling, like something alive. She wasn't alone, Mia. The voice was faint, distant, but unmistakable. It was Amelia's voice, but it wasn't coming from behind her. It was coming from all around her. She spun around, her breath coming in her short gasps. There was nothing there, just the trees and the stillness. But the voice grew louder, more insistent. Mia, you're too late. You can't undo it. You can't undo it. You are part of this now. Mia's pulse quickened. She could feel it. Curse, like a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. The forest was alive with it, the air thick with shadows that seemed to whisper her name. No, Mia shouted, her voice strong despite the rising terror. I will end this. I will break it. The voice didn't answer, but the shadows seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. The trees creaked and groaned, as if they were bending under the weight of the curse. Mia pushed forward faster now, determined not to let it consume her. The clearing was ahead, just beyond the next line of trees. She could see the faint glow of something, an unnatural light shining through the branches. The sigil was close. With one final push, she broke through the last row of trees, and the clearing opened up before her. The air was thick, heavy with the presence of something ancient. Mia stopped, her breath catching in her throat. At the center of the clearing stood a stone structure, tall and twisted, covered in ancient structure symbols. The sigil was etched into the stone, glowing faintly with a pulsing light, as if it were alive. The symbol wasn't just a mark. It was a doorway, an entry point to the very heart of the curse. Mia stepped forward, her hand reaching out of the curse toward the sigil, but as her fingers touched the stone, a powerful force slammed into her chest. She gasped, stumbling back, as the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble with the force of it. The sigil flared, its light pulsing faster, the symbols glowing brighter. And then the ground split open before her. Dark tendrils shot up from the earth, twisting and writhing like serpents. Mia stepped back, her breath shallow as the shadows began to take form. Figures emerging from the darkness, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. You shouldn't have come, the voice echoed again. Now from the shadows themselves, their forms shifting and twisting in ways that defied reality. You cannot break the bond, it is too late. You are one with the curse now. Mia's heart pounded in her chest, but she didn't flinch. She reached into her pocket, pulling out the shard. The light from it flickered faintly, but it was still there, still powerful. She could feel there, still powerful. She could feel it. could feel the surge of energy inside her, connecting with the shard. This was it. This was the moment. Mia raised the shard high, the light exploding from it, bright enough to push the darkness back. The tendrils recoiled, and the figures in the shadows hissed and shrank away, their forms flickering and dissolving in the light. But as the light grew brighter, the sigil pulsed faster, its energy fighting against the light, pushing back. Mia's mind raced. She wasn't just fighting the curse anymore. She was fighting her bloodline, the very foundation of the darkness that had plagued Windcrest for centuries. And then, with a surge of power, the sigil split open. A dark figure emerged from the crack in the earth, taller than anything Mia had ever seen, its eyes burning with an inhuman light. The shadows twisted around it like a cloak, and the very air seemed to bend under its presence. It was the source of the curse, the one who had bound Windcrest to the darkness, the one who had created the pact that had started it all. And now, it was staring directly at Mia. "You think you can stop me?" The figure growled, its voice deep and ancient. "You are nothing. You are my creation." Mia's blood ran cold, but she knew what she had to do. This wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about ending it for good. She wasn't just facing a dark force. She was facing her own legacy, the darkness inside her blood, inside her very being, and she was ready to destroy it. With all the strength she could muster, Mia thrust the shard into the sigil, and the world seemed to explode around her. The moment the shard touched the sigil, the earth trembled violently beneath Mia's feet. The air was charged with an unbearable pressure, as if every molecule of the atmosphere had been twisted into something dark and unnatural. The pulse of the sigil surged, glowing with a ferocity that Mia had never felt before. She could feel the darkness clawing at her, wrapping around her mind, trying to force her to let go. But she couldn't. Would it consume her? The light from her? The shard flared bright, illuminating the clearing with an intensity that threatened to blind her. It was more than just light. It was energy, a force that surged from the deepest part of her being. The curse had been inside her, a part of her bloodline. But now she was in control. She wasn't just the vessel. She was the one who could end it. The shadowy figure, the source of the curse, let out a deafening roar, its form writhing as the light from the shard pierced through the darkness. It was twisting, shifting, unable to withstand the power of the light Mia wielded. "No," the figure bellowed. "You think you can end me? I am not just a part of this land. I am this land. I am its soul, its heart. You cannot destroy me." Mia's grip on the shard tightened, her heart pounding with fierce determination. "I can," she shouted back, her voice echoing with an unshakable certainty. "And I will." The light from the shard intensified, exploding outward in a blinding wave. The land itself seemed to scream as the energy ripped through it, through the sigil, through the very foundations of Windcrest. The trees shook violently, the ground cracked open beneath her feet, and the air buzzed with an unbearable hum. The figure in front of Mia thrashed violently, its form flickering and fading like smoke, its features distorting with rage and pain. "You don't understand," it screamed, its voice becoming more desperate. "This land is mine." This curse was always mine. But Mia wasn't listening. She wasn't going to stop. This had gone on long enough. With a final surge of power, she thrust the shard deeper into the sigil, its light now so bright it seemed to consume everything around them. The figure shrieked one last time, and with a burst of energy, the darkness erupted outward, shattering the sigil, collapsing the very ground beneath them. The forest itself seemed to recoil, the land shuddering in agony as the curse that had bound it for so long began to unravel for a moment. Everything stood still. The light from the shard flickered, its glow dimming, and the oppressive weight that had hung over the town of Windcrest lifted. The whispers, the shadows, the weight of the curse, the weight of the curse, were all gone, fading into nothingness. The land was silent. The darkness had been banished. Mia collapsed to her knees, the shard slipping from her fingers as the strength drained from her body. She was exhausted, her limbs shaking, her heart still racing from the battle she had just fought. For a moment, she felt the warmth of relief, a quiet peace that she hadn't known in so long. But that peace was fragile. The curse may have been broken, but the price had been high. As Mia looked up, she saw the clearing had transformed. The trees were no longer twisted and dark. The air was fresh, and the once choked earth was now alive with the hum of nature returning. The land was healing. Essence of the town was being reborn. Amelia approached her slowly, her eyes filled with both wonder and concern. She knelt beside Mia, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You did it," she whispered. "You really did it." Mia nodded, her voice weak but resolute. "It's over. The curse is gone." But as she spoke, the ground beneath them trembled again. Mia's heart sank. It wasn't over. The land had been freed. Yes, but the echoes of the curse still lingered. Mia could feel it still lingered in her chest, a faint pulse, like a heartbeat, still echoing beneath her skin. The darkness was gone, but something else had remained. She hadn't destroyed it entirely. She had only pushed it back. She stood slowly, her body aching, and looked out into the distance. The sky above was clear, the air crisp and fresh, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this was only a reprieve. The darkness would return in some form, and when it did, Mia would be ready. "Amelia," Mia said, her voice stronger now. "I don't think it's over. I think we need to keep going. We can't let this happen again." Amelia nodded, her expression grim but understanding. "I know. We can't stop now." They turned and began walking back through the forest, back toward Windcrest. The town might be free for now, but Mia knew that the battle was far from over. The land had been healed, but the curse wasn't truly gone. It was just waiting for the right moment to return, and Mia would be ready for it. The curse had been broken, but Mia knew, in the deepest part of her heart, that the true war had just begun. Mia and Amelia walked in silence, the cool breeze of the forest brushing against their skin as they made their way back to Windcrest. The world around them was still, quiet, almost too peaceful, as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The sky above was clear, the stars twinkling faintly in the distance, but Mia couldn't shake the unease that lingered in her chest. She could still feel the pulse of the curse, faint but persistent, like an echo that wouldn't fade. It wasn't over. The land was healing. Yes, but Mia knew that darkness had a way of returning, even after being driven back. The curse had been part of this place for centuries. It was rooted here, and though she had severed the connection, the land still carried the scars of its ancient past. The shadows that had plagued Windcrest might have been pushed into the corners, but Mia could sense they were still there, waiting for the right moment to rise again. "You're thinking too hard," Amelia said quietly, her voice cutting through the silence. She had been walking beside Mia for a while, her steps steady but her eyes filled with concern. "We've done it, Mia. The curse is broken. The land is free." Mia shook her head, her mind swirling with doubts. "I wish I could believe that," she murmured, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "But I can feel it, Amelia. The curse, it's still here. It hasn't gone away completely. I don't know how, but something's not right." Amelia didn't respond immediately, but Mia could feel the weight of her friend's gaze. They had been through so much together. and Mia could sense that Amelia, too, was wrestling with the same questions, the same doubts. The truth was, neither of them knew what would happen next. They reached the edge of the forest, where the town of Windcrest lay ahead, shrouded in the soft glow of the moonlight. The houses were quiet, their windows dark. It seemed as if the entire town was asleep, unaware of the battle that had just been fought in the forest. The curse had claimed so much of this place, so many lives, and yet the town remained, stubbornly standing, as if it had been untouched by the horrors that had unfolded within its borders. Mia stopped for a moment, her eyes scanning the town. She could feel something, fierce, pulling at her, a sense of foreboding that she couldn't explain. It was as if the town itself was waiting for something to happen, waiting for her to return. "Let's go," Amelia said, her voice soft but firm. "We've won. We've ended it. Can't keep looking over our shoulders. Whatever happens, we'll face it together." Mia nodded, but her heart was heavy with uncertainty. They walked into the town, past the quiet streets and the empty houses. The town seemed peaceful, but Mia knew it was only a facade. Windcrest had been cursed for so long, and no matter how much they had fought, the land was still scarred. There was no way of knowing when or if the darkness would return, but she couldn't ignore the feeling that it shake hands on way. Then she curious to gunk to not a colony. Shasty, what? They reached the town square, where the old church stood, silent and weathered by time. Mia stopped in front of it, her gaze fixed on the stone structure. The church had been the heart of the town for centuries, a place where the people of Windcrest had gathered in both light and darkness. It had been a symbol of hope, but Mia knew it had also been a place of secrets. The curse had started here, and it was here that she would need to confront the final truth. "I have to go inside," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's something I need to know." Amelia looked at her with concern, but nodded. "I'll wait for you here." Soft groan as she pushed it. The air inside was heavy, thick with the weight of history and forgotten prayers. The church was dimly lit by candles that flickered on the altar, their light casting long shadows across the pews. Mia could feel the Osro in Mia could feel the presence of something ancient, something that had been locked away here for centuries. The silence was deafening, oppressive. She stepped inside, her footsteps echoing as she made her way to the altar. She could feel the pulse of the curse, faint but unmistakable, coming from deep within the church. It was as if the building itself was alive, still holding on to the remnants of the darkness that had once ruled this town. She reached the altar, where a large book lay open, its pages worn and yellowed with age. The book was old, filled with ancient symbols and writings that Mia couldn't understand, but she knew it was the key. Mia opened the book, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages. The symbols, though unfamiliar, seemed to speak to her, as if they were calling her to understand their meaning. The deeper she read, the more she realized. This was the history of Windcrest, of the curse, and of the ritual that had begun it all. She could see the names of her ancestors written in the book, tied to the very bloodline that had bound the curse to the land. She traced her finger over one name, a name that stood out to her. Evelyn Ashford, the bloodline, her ancestor, the one who had made the deal. Mia's heart skipped a beat. "Evelyn," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The name resonated within her, filling her with a strange sense of recognition. Evelyn had made the pact with the darkness. Evelyn had bound her family to the curse. But why? The answer, Mia realized, wasn't in the book. It was in her. She had to face it, whatever it was. The curse had come from her bloodline, but it was hers to break. With newfound resolve, Mia closed the book, its final secret revealed, stood up, the weight of everything pressing on her. It was time to face the truth about herself, about her legacy. The curse had been broken, but it had never truly been gone. The bond had always been there, deep in her blood. She turned and walked toward the door, ready to face whatever would come next. The curse wasn't over. It had only just begun. Mia stepped out of the church, her heart pounding as the weight of the truth settled in. Evelyn Ashford. Her ancestor had unknowingly, or perhaps knowingly, bound the Ashford family to the curse of Windcrest. The darkness had never been completely eradicated. It had only been dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And now, Mia understood. She was the key to breaking it, but there was still something she needed to confront, something she had yet to face. She walked toward Amelia, who was standing outside the church, her face full of concern. Mia could see the worry in her eyes, the question she had been waiting to ask. "What happened in there?" Amelia asked, her voice soft but insistent. Mia took a deep breath, trying to gather her thoughts. She had always believed the curse had been something external, something that could be fought with light and courage. But now she understood that it was tied to her bloodline, to her very being. It wasn't just something she could battle. She had to become part of the solution, not just for the land, but for herself. "It's worse than I thought," Mia said, her voice quiet, yet filled with determination. "The curse. It's been with my family for generations. Evelyn Ashford. She made a pact long ago, and we've been carrying that darkness ever since." Amelia's expression darkened, her brow furrowing in disbelief. "Pact? With what?" Mia shook her head slowly, her thoughts swirling. "I don't know yet, but I have a feeling it's not just an ordinary curse. It's something ancient, something powerful, and we're the ones who have to end it. For good." Amelia didn't say anything at first, her gaze softening as she reached out and placed a hand on Mia's arm. "You're not alone in this. You have me. We've made it this far together, and we'll see this through to the end." Mia nodded, the weight of her responsibility feeling heavier than ever. She had never asked for this. She had never wanted to carry the burden of her ancestors' mistakes, but now it was her fight, her destiny to resolve. "We need to go back to the forest," Mia said, suddenly, her eyes narrowing. "The sigil. There's more to it than just a symbol. I know it. We have to destroy it." "It's the key." Amelia's eyes widened. "The sigil. But didn't we just—" "No, it's still there," Mia interrupted, her voice firm. "The curse isn't gone. I felt it. There's something else hidden in that sigil, something that ties me to it. And if I don't destroy it, the curse will return. Stronger than ever." Amelia hesitated, then nodded. "It'll go with you. If we're doing this, we do it together." They returned to the forest, the path eerily quiet now. The trees loomed above them like silent sentinels. Their branches loomed above them like silent sentinels, their branches twisting and creaking in the wind. The air was thick, heavy with the remnants of the curse, still lingering in the very atmosphere. Mia's pulse quickened as they neared the clearing, the spot where the sigil had once burned with dark energy, but now it felt like an old wound, barely covered but still festering. The clearing looked the same as it had before, silent, untouched. The stone altar stood still in the center, the symbols still glowing faintly, but Mia could feel something was off. The light had faded, and the shadows seemed deeper now, darker. "It's here," Mia whispered, her voice barely audible. She approached the altar slowly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the stone. The sigil was still etched into the ground, its faint glow pulsing as if it were alive, waiting for her to complete whatever it was she had started. Amelia stood behind her, watching cautiously. "What do we do now?" Mia's hand hovered over the sigil. She felt its pull, the bond between the land and the darkness. She had felt it before, but now it was stronger, more urgent. It was calling her. "I have to finish it," Mia murmured, her voice shaking. Her voice shaking. "Have to sever the last connection between me and this curse. But this time, I have to do it alone. The sigil. It's part of me." Amelia stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to do this alone. We're in this together." Mia turned to face her friend, a soft smile tugging at her lips. "Thank you, Amelia. But this is my fight. I have to face it." She paused, her voice growing serious. "This is what the curse wanted. It wanted to break me, to take my soul. But I'm not letting it win. I can end it now, for good." Amelia nodded solemnly. "Just be careful." "Mia, don't let it take you." Part of her. She could feel her blood thrumming in response, as though it was connected to the land itself. It was ancient, powerful, and she had to end it. With a deep breath, Mia placed her hands on the sigil, pressing down into the stone. She whispered the incantation she had seen in the book, the words flowing from her lips like they had been a part of her all along. The symbols on the altar glowed brighter, the energy around her swirling as the sigil began to tremble. The yellow phrasing and the now led to sig, a chord to very echo. The energy around her swirling as the sigil began to tremble. Shadows recoiled as the light from the sigil grew, its brilliance flooding the clearing. Mia's pulse quickened as the energy began to surge through her. She felt the pull of the darkness trying to reach for her, trying to claim her once again, but this time she was ready. Her voice grew stronger as she spoke the final words. The ground beneath her feet cracked, the sigil pulsing with power. And then, with a deafening crack, the sigil shattered. The air seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, there was silence. And then, the energy exploded outward in a wave, flooding the clearing with a light so bright that it seemed to tear through the very fabric of the land. The darkness screamed, its presence evaporating like smoke in the light. The earth trembled, but the light did not falter. The curse was finally broken. Mia collapsed to her knees, exhausted, her breath shallow, but the weight of the darkness had lifted. The land was free. The land was free. The land was free, healed. But deep inside, Mia knew that the scars would never fully fade. There would always be remnants of the curse, traces of it buried deep within the earth, waiting. But it was over for now. She stood, taking a final look at the clearing. The trees were no longer twisted, the shadows had retreated, and the air felt fresh, clean. Windcrest was free for now, and Mia was finally free of the curse that had haunted her family for so long. Mia stood in the clearing. Thea stood in the clearing, warm light from the shattered sigil still illuminating the space around her. The air was thick with the energy of what had just happened, and though the darkness had lifted, a strange stillness had taken its place. The land felt lighter, but Mia couldn't help but sense that the balance had only been temporarily restored. Amelia approached slowly, her steps cautious, as if she, too, could feel the lingering pulse of the curse, even though it had been broken. She knelt beside Mia, her eyes searching her friend's face. "You did it," she said quietly, awe in her voice. "You really did it." "The curse is gone," Mia nodded, but the relief she expected didn't come. Instead, a gnawing sense of unease tugged at her. She could still feel the pulse in her blood, faint but undeniable. The sigil had been destroyed, yes, but the land, there was something still there. The echoes of the curse, perhaps. or remnants of its power buried deep within the soil. She didn't know for sure, but Mia understood one thing. The battle wasn't over. It had just changed shape. I feel something, Mia said slowly, her voice heavy with the weight of her thoughts. It's not gone. Not fully. Amelia raised an eyebrow. You think the curse could come back? I don't know, Mia replied, her voice soft but firm. But I think the land is still tied to it. It's like a scar that doesn't heal all the way. It's still here. Somewhere beneath the surface, Amelia sighed. Looking around the clearing, the night sky had cleared, revealing a star-filled expanse above them. But the quiet seemed too still, too unnatural after everything that had happened. The trees, though no longer twisted by dark magic, still held a strange presence. It was as though the forest itself was watching them. Maybe, Amelia said, her voice laced with uncertainty. But what can we do? We've broken the curse. It's gone, isn't it? Mia stood up, brushing the dirt from her hands, her gaze still fixed on the clearing. She shook her head. I'm not sure. There's something in my blood, something that's tied to this place. I can feel it. The land is still tied to me. Amelia frowned but didn't argue. Instead, she stood beside Mia, following her gaze into the forest. What do we do now? Mia's mind raced, but for the first time since this nightmare had started, she felt a sense of clarity. She knew what she had to do. We need to understand more about the land, about this curse, and what it means for my bloodline. The historian gave me the answers, but there's more hidden here. There's something I'm missing, and it's not just about fighting the darkness. It's about understanding it, and to truly end it. We need to find out everything. Everything about everything. Curse? Amelia asked, her voice cautious. Do you think that's possible? Is there any more to learn? Mia turned to her, her expression resolute. Yes, there is, and I need to finish what my ancestors started. There's more power here than just darkness. There's a connection between the land and the people, and it's tied to me now. If I'm going to end this once and for all, I need to know everything about the curse, about its origins, and how it's linked to the land. Amelia paused, thinking it over. I guess we can't run from it now. It's our fight, Mia. Mia nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose settle in her chest. I don't know what's left to be done, but I'm not running from this anymore. I'm ready to face whatever comes next. With the forest behind them, Mia and Amelia walked out of the clearing. Making their way back toward Windcrest. But as they walked, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that the land was alive, watching them, waiting. She could feel it in her bones. Something was changing. Something was coming. Back in Windcrest. The town seemed quieter than ever. The homes were dark, and the streets empty. It was as if the town had fallen asleep, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded around it. But Mia knew better. Windcrest had always been more than it appeared. There was more to this place, more to the curse than anyone had ever known. As they approached the town square, Mia stopped in front of the old church. The building loomed in the moonlight, its weathered stone walls standing tall against the night. Mia had always been drawn to it, even before she knew about the curse. Now, standing before it, she could feel the pull of the place, the connection between the land, the town, and the darkness. We have to go inside, Mia said. To go inside, Mia said, voice filled with a quiet determination. I think I'm missing something. There's more to this church, to Windcrest, than we've realized. Amelia glanced at her, uncertainty in her eyes. What do you think you'll find in there? Mia hesitated, then turned toward her friend. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's the last piece of the puzzle. And once we understand it, we can truly put an end to this. For good. With a deep breath, Mia pushed open the heavy church door. It creaked, protesting against the disturbance, but she didn't hesitate. The air inside was thick with the scent of dust and age. The faint light from the stained glass windows cast colorful patterns on the floor, but even in this beauty, Mia could feel the lingering weight of the curse. It was in the air, in the walls, in the very stones beneath her feet. She stepped toward the altar, her eyes scanning the room. She had been here before, but now it felt different. There was a sense of foreboding, an undeniable feeling that the church held the answers she needed. Everything, the history, the darkness, the curse, had started here, and now she had to face it. At the altar, she found it, a small, hidden compartment carved into the wood, barely noticeable. Mia reached for it, her heart pounding as she opened it, revealing a collection of old papers, maps, and journals. The answers were here. She could feel it. As she flipped through the journals, one particular page caught her eye. The symbols on it were familiar, ancient, and as she studied it, the truth finally began to come together. The curse wasn't just bound to her bloodline. It had been created by her bloodline, but there was more. There was a ritual, one last binding that had been set in motion long ago. A ritual that had the power to not only end the curse, but seal it forever. Mia's heart raced as she read the final words of the journal. She had to return to the forest, but this time it would be different. The ritual needed to be completed, and Mia knew now that the final battle wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about locking it away, for good. And to do that, Mia had to sacrifice the one thing she had always feared, her own connection to the land. Mia closed the journal, her hands trembling as the weight of what she had just learned settled into her mind. The ritual wasn't just a way to end the curse. It was a way to end the curse. It was a way to seal it, to lock it away forever. But it came with a price. The final part of the ritual would sever her connection to the land, to Windcrest, and to the darkness that had plagued her bloodline for so long. For a moment, she just stood her bloodline for so long. For a moment, there, staring at the page, her heart pounding in her chest. This was it. The last step, the final sacrifice. It was her choice, and hers alone. "I don't have much time," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling with the weight of her decision. "I have to finish this." Amelia stood a few feet away, her gaze fixed on Mia, sensing the gravity of the moment. "Mia, what is it?" she asked softly, her voice filled with concern. "What did you find?" Mia turned to face her, holding the journal tightly in her hands. "The ritual," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "The curse can be sealed, but I have to sever my connection to the land, to everything. It's the only way to end it. For good?" Amelia's eyes widened, her expression turning to one of shock and worry. "You mean you'll have to let go of everything? Your family? Your past? Windcrest itself?" Mia nodded slowly, the weight of the decision sinking. "It's the only way to break the curse, to stop it from ever coming back. The land is tied to me, to my bloodline, and I'm the only one who can end it. But it won't be easy. I'll have to leave everything behind." Amelia stepped forward, her expression softening. "Mia, are you sure? You don't have to do this alone. We've fought together so far. We can find another way. There has to be another way." Mia shook her head, her voice firm. "This is the only way. It's been me all along. I have to finish what was started. If I don't, this curse, it'll keep coming back, and I'll never be free of it." Amelia looked at her friend for a long moment, her eyes filled with understanding and sorrow. She knew Mia's mind was made up. "Then we do it together," she said, softly. I'm with you, Mia, every step of the way. Mia smiled weakly, grateful for her friend's unwavering support. I couldn't do this without you. With a final look at the church, Mia turned and headed back toward the town square. The journal clutched tightly in her hand. She had to return to the clearing. The ritual would be completed there, at the heart of the curse. She could already feel it, the pull of the land, the connection to the darkness that still lingered. But now she knew how to end it. As they made their way back to the forest, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The trees seemed to lean in closer, the air growing heavier with each step. She felt it. The land itself was aware of their presence, and it wasn't about to let go without a fight. When they reached the clearing, Mia felt a strange calm wash over her. The sigil was still there, but now it felt different. The power that had once radiated from it now seemed dormant, waiting. The ritual would be her final act, her final tie to Windcrest, to everything she had fought for. She turned to Amelia, her voice steady. This is it. Once I begin, there's no turning back. Amelia nodded, her expression resolute. I'm with you, Mia. We'll finish this together. Mia approached the sigil, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the power of the land beneath her feet, the pull of the curse trying to draw her in. But this time, it was different. This time, Mia was in control. She had the knowledge. She had the power. As she knelt beside the sigil, she whispered the incantation from the journal, her voice steady and clear. The symbols on the altar began to glow, the light pulsing in rhythm with her words. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the air grew thick with energy. The land was responding, its power rising to meet hers. With a deep breath, Mia placed her hands on the sigil. Thea placed her hands on the sigil. Light from the symbols grew brighter, stronger, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire forest was holding its breath. The darkness was retreating, but it wasn't gone yet. She could still feel the curse fighting back, struggling to hold on. But Mia didn't hesitate. She knew what she had to do. She pushed the light from the sigil into her chest, letting it flow through her. She could feel the bond between her and the land weakening, the connection between her bloodline and the connection between her bloodline and the curse unraveling. The light burned, but Mia didn't flinch. She welcomed the pain. It was the only way to set the land free. The sigil began to glow brighter, the energy intensifying as Mia's body shook with the force of it. The land screamed, but Mia didn't stop. The curse was breaking. She was breaking the curse. And then, with a final surge of energy, the land fell silent. Mia collapsed to her knees, her breath ragged as the light from the sigil flickered and dimmed. The curse had been broken. The land was free, for the first time in centuries. Windcrest was no longer bound to the darkness, but Mia knew the cost. She could feel it. The land no longer held her. The connection had been severed. She had given up everything to end the curse. Everything. Amelia rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. Mia, you did it, she said softly, her voice filled with awe and relief. It's over. Mia looked around at the clearing, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had done. Windcrest was free, but she had lost something in the process. Something deep inside her. The land had been her burden, her curse, and her legacy. And now, it was gone. Is it really over? Mia whispered, her voice filled with uncertainty. Amelia looked at her, a soft smile on her lips. Yes, Mia, it's over. For now. But Mia knew that peace was fleeting. Darkness was never truly gone. It only waited for the right moment to return. She had done what she could, but the land would always carry its scars. and Mia would always be ready for whatever came next. The night fell quietly over Windcrest. As Mia and Amelia stood in the clearing, the echoes of the curse finally fading into the distance. But even in this moment of apparent peace, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lurking just beneath the surface. Something ancient and waiting. As the last traces of the light from the sigil flickered and faded, the silence seemed overwhelming. It was as though the very earth had held its breath, waiting for the final act to unfold. Mia's heart beat heavily in her chest, and though the curse had been broken, she couldn't forget the connection she had felt. The pull of it, the weight of it, the darkness still wrapped around her bloodline. It wasn't just something that would disappear with a single ritual. The curse was part of her heritage. "Are you okay?" Amelia asked, her voice soft as she placed a hand on Mia's shoulder, grounding her in the present. Mia turned to her, offering a small but weary smile. "I think so. I'm just not sure what comes next. We've broken the curse, but I can feel something lingering. It's like there's more to this than just the ritual. I'm free. But are we really free?" Amelia frowned, clearly sensing the doubt in her friend's voice. "Mia, you did what no one else could do. You faced the curse and fought it with everything you had. Windcrest is finally free? You've ended it? We're all free." Mia nodded. "We're all free," slowly, but her eyes still searched the horizon, the dense forest behind her now silent, almost expectant. "I hope you're right. I want to believe you, but I still feel something. The land. I don't know, like it's still tied to me in some way." "Maybe it's just the aftermath," Amelia suggested, her voice filled with concern. "Maybe it's the weight of everything we've just been through. You've given up a part of yourself to destroy this curse, Mia. You freed everyone, including yourself. Let that be enough." But Mia couldn't let go of the lingering feeling. The forest behind her still felt alive, as if something was waiting. "Maybe it's nothing," Mia said, though the uncertainty still clung to her words. "But we have to be prepared. This town, it's been through too much. The curse may be broken, but something tells me Windcrest still has a lot of secrets left." With one last glance at the clearing, Mia and Amelia began the walk back to town. The moon had risen high above them, casting long shadows across the empty streets. As they approached the center of Windcrest, a strange, eerie sensation filled the air. The town, though quiet, felt almost too quiet. The buildings seemed to watch them, as though they held memories of things long buried. Suddenly, Mia stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as she stared at the ground in front of her. The cobblestone street beneath them had cracked. A deep fissure ran through the stones, just like the cracks in the ground at the clearing, just like the curse itself. Amelia noticed too. "What is that?" she asked, her voice shaky. Mia took a cautious step forward, kneeling by the crack. She placed her hand against the stones, feeling the strange pulse that emanated from beneath. It was faint, but it was there, a deep, low hum, like a heartbeat. The curse hadn't just been broken, it had been moved. The land had shifted, and the darkness had been displaced. But it wasn't gone, not fully. "Amelia," Mia said softly, her heart beginning to race once again. "The curse, it didn't vanish. It just moved. We need to find where it's gone." Amelia stepped closer, her voice a whisper. "Do you think it's going to come back? That we have to fight again?" Mia stood up slowly, her eyes scanning the town around them. "I think it's already here," she said. "Somewhere deeper. We haven't seen the end of it. Windcrest. It's alive with the curse, and I think it's waiting for us to find it." They walked through the town, the crack in the cobblestones still on their minds. Every corner of Windcrest seemed to hide something, an echo of the past. a flicker of dark magic that refused to be erased. It wasn't long before they reached the town's exact edge, near the base of the hills that overlooked the land. The church bell tower loomed in the distance, casting its long shadow over the quiet streets. As they neared the base of the hill, something caught Mia's eye. At the far end of the path leading up to the hill was a small, weathered cabin. It was old, too old, and it hadn't been on any of the maps of Windcrest. Mia had never seen it before, and yet there it was, just at the edge of the forest, hidden away from the rest of the town. The door to the cabin creaked open as they approached, the wind blowing it back to reveal the dark, empty interior. Mia felt her pulse quicken. This place, it called to her. "This isn't on the map," Amelia whispered, her voice tinged with fear. "Mia, do you feel that?" Mia nodded slowly. The dark energy from the cabin was unmistakable. It was there, deeper than the curse, older than Windcrest itself. Whatever was inside was tied to the town's history, to the land, and to the curse that had plagued it. "Shh, let's find out," Mia said, her voice resolute. They stepped inside, and as the door closed behind them, a chill swept through the cabin. The air was thick with the scent of old wood, dust, and something far darker. The room was dimly lit, with the faintest glow coming from an altar at the far end. Books and maps were scattered across the table, and symbols Mia recognized from the journal were etched into the walls. In the center of the altar, a stone statue stood, a figure cloaked in shadows, its face hidden, its hands outstretched toward the ceiling. Mia's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the figure, the same twisted shape that had appeared in the journal. "It's a trap," she muttered under her breath, her eyes scanning the room. The walls seemed to close in on them, the air growing colder by the second. The curse wasn't gone. It had only been waiting for them to come here. Suddenly, a low voice echoed from the darkness, filling the cabin with an unsettling calm. "You should never have come back," it whispered. Mia's breath caught in her throat. She knew that voice. It was the voice of the land itself. Mia's heart raced as the voice echoed through the cabin, wrapping around her like a suffocating fog. The very air seemed to hum with a dark, malevolent energy, and she could feel the pull of the curse, stronger than ever before. The land, Windcrest itself, was alive, and it was aware of her presence. This wasn't just some lingering darkness. This was intelligent. It was watching. Amelia, standing beside Mia, took a step back, her face pale with fear. "Mia, what is that? What's going on?" Mia couldn't take her eyes off the stone statue at the altar, its outstretched hands still glowing faintly in the dim light. The shape, the way the figure seemed to loom, even though it was unmoving, it pulled at something deep inside her, like it was calling to her bloodline, to the very connection she had with the land. "The land?" Mia whispered, her voice barely audible, as if she were speaking more to herself than Amelia. "It's tied to me. It's waiting for me. Amelia!" Amelia stepped closer, gripping Mia's arm. "What do you mean? We can't be the only ones here. This doesn't feel right. We need to leave." Mia shook her head slowly, her eyes fixed on the altar. "We can't leave, Amelia. The curse isn't over. The land is still tied to me. I have to understand why." Just then, the voice came again, but this time it was louder, deeper, more commanding. "The blood of the Ashfords. It stains this place. The land knows you now, Mia Ashford. You cannot escape it. You are as bound to Windcrest as the earth itself. And the darkness will never leave, not until you fulfill what has been set in motion." Mia's blood ran cold. The figure at the altar seemed to shift, its form flickering in the light. She could feel its eyes on her, even though it had no face. It was the land speaking through the stone, through the darkness, through the curse. No, Mia said, her voice shaking but determined. I can end this. I can break it. I will not be a prisoner to this place. A sudden gust of wind up slammed into the cabin, shaking the walls, rattling the windows. The door slammed shut behind them, trapping them inside. The temperature plummeted, and Mia could see her breath fogging in front of her. The altar's light pulsed with a sudden intensity, its symbols glowing brighter, swirling in a spiral of energy. The voice, now a low growl, spoke again. You think you can fight fate, Mia Ashford? You think you can change what was written in the blood of your ancestors? The land will not let you go. You will never escape. Mia gritted her teeth, the weight of the words pressing down on her. She had to end it. She had to end it. She had to sever her connection to this cursed place once and for all. There was no choice but to face once and for all it. I am the curse. I was born into it, Mia said, her voice steadying as she spoke, but I won't let it control me any longer. She stepped forward, her eyes locked on the altar. She could feel the power of the land, the curse surging around her, the sigil, the bond between her and Windcrest. It was all tied together. The power was in her, but she had to break it. She had to destroy it. Amelia, stand back, Mia said, her hand shaking as she reached for the stone altar. This is going to hurt, but I have to do this. We have to do this. Amelia hesitated for a moment, looking at Mia with a mixture of fear and determination. Mia! I don't know if... Please, Mia interrupted, her voice raw with the weight of gratitude. What she was about to do. I can't do this alone. Help me. Amelia nodded slowly, stepping back but standing close, her eyes never leaving. Mia, with one final breath, Mia placed both hands on the altar. The sigil pulsed violently, and Thea placed both hands on the altar. The sigil pulsed violently, and the ground beneath her shook as a blast of energy erupted from the altar. The wind howled, swirling around the cabin like a storm. But Mia didn't move. She focused, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. She could feel the darkness trying to pull her in, trying to reclaim its hold on her, but she would not let it win. A strange heat filled the room, and Mia's skin burned as if the very air was alive with electricity. She could feel the connection to the land, to the curse, unraveling, but it was a painful, agonizing process. It was as if the earth was trying to hold on to her, to keep her in its grasp, but Mia fought back with every ounce of her being. Let go, she screamed, the words tearing from her throat. The altar trembled violently, its stone structure cracking, and for a moment, the shadows in the room twisted and writhed. A black mist rose from the altar, spiraling into the air, filling the room with the scent of rot and decay. Mia's vision blurred, and she almost stumbled, but she held on. Then, with one final surge of energy, the mist exploded, and the room was filled with blinding light. Mia cried out, her body jerking with blinding light, the force of the release, and for a moment, everything was silent. When the light faded and Mia could finally see again, the mist was gone. The altar had collapsed into ruins, the sigil shattered beyond recognition. The oppressive feeling that had weighed down the cabin was gone. The air felt lighter, fresher, as if a great burden had been lifted from the land. But Mia couldn't bring herself to relax. She stood there, her chest heaving, her body trembling. She had done it. The curse was broken, but the land still felt different. Something had changed. Something more had been unleashed. As Mia turned toward Amelia, she saw the look of shock in her friend's eyes. Mia? Amelia said, her voice trembling. What did we just do? Mia swallowed hard, trying to steady herself. I think we've just released something worse than the curse. As the last remnants of the sigil's energy faded, Mia felt a cold wind sweep through the cabin, and from the shadows, a low, haunting laugh echoed. The darkness wasn't gone, it had merely been waiting. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as the echoes of the laughter rang through the cabin. The wind picked up, swirling around them, as if the very air was alive with the presence of something malevolent. The light from the sigil had faded, and with it, the oppressive atmosphere that had filled the room for so long. But in its place, something darker lingered, something ancient, something alive. "Amelia," Mia whispered, her voice trembling with both fear and realization. "It's not over. It's worse than before." Amelia, her eyes wide with fear, looked around the cabin. "What is that? Where is it coming from?" The laughter grew louder, more insistent, swirling through the room like a living thing, echoing off the walls. It was mocking, cruel, and it sent chills down Maya's spine. The presence in the room had changed. It had become something more than just the remnants of the curse. It was something new, something that had been waiting. From the shadows in the far corner of the cabin, a dark figure began to take form. It was tall, its shape shifting like smoke. But its outline was unmistakable. The figure's eyes gleamed with an eerie, unholy light. It was not the land or the curse, but something born of it, something ancient that had slumbered beneath the earth for centuries, waiting for the right moment to be freed. Mia's blood ran cold as the figure's voice filled the room once again. "You thought you could break me? You thought you could sever the bond?" The figure's form shifted and contorted as it stepped closer, its voice becoming more tangible, more real. "Fools, the curse was merely a symptom. I am the heart of Windcrest. I am the land's true will. And now you will know what it means to truly be bound." Mia felt the ground beneath her tremble as the dark figure moved forward, its presence suffocating. The air thickened, the shadows stretched and pulsed as if alive, and the very cabin seemed to warp and twist around her. The darkness was no longer an external force. It was inside her, inside the land, and it was drawing its strength from her bloodline. She stumbled back, her mind racing. This wasn't just about the curse. This wasn't just about breaking a ritual. This was something else. This was the true evil that had shaped Windcrest for centuries, and now it was free. Amelia stood next to her, her hand trembling as she reached for Mia's arm. "Mia, we need to get out of here. This isn't like anything we've faced before." Mia shook her head, her eyes fixed on the figure. "We can't run from it, Amelia. The curse may have been broken, but whatever this is, it's tied to the land, and I can feel it. It's tied to me." The dark figure loomed over them, its eyes burning with hatred and malice. "Yes, Mia Ashford, you are my connection to this land. The blood that courses through your veins is the key to everything. You cannot escape what you have unleashed." Mia's legs felt weak, and her mind raced. She had thought the curse was broken. She had thought that by severing her connection to the land, she had freed herself, freed Windcrest. But now, she realized with growing horror, she hadn't broken anything. She had released something far worse. "You've done enough, Mia," the figure said, its voice now low and guttural. "I will finish what was started. I will reclaim what is mine." Suddenly, the air around them grew impossibly cold. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist as the figure raised its arms toward the ceiling, summoning the very darkness that had been buried beneath Windcrest. The cabin shook violently, and the walls began to crack, the foundation groaning under the pressure of the energy being unleashed. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as she realized what was happening. The figure wasn't just a manifestation of the curse. It was the embodiment of the land itself, the force that had been hidden beneath the surface. The force that had been hidden beneath the surface, feeding on the power of her ancestors. It had been waiting for the right moment to break free, and now it had done so. "This is it," Mia whispered, a sense of inevitability settling in her gut. It was never just about the curse. This is what's been holding the land together. It's all tied to me, to my bloodline, to this place. Amelia's eyes widened as she saw the figure grow larger, its dark power expanding, threatening to engulf the entire cabin. "Mia, you have to stop it. Whatever it is, whatever you've unleashed, it's coming for us." "I know," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. She closed her eyes, focusing on the pulse of energy inside her, the connection, the bond that had been severed. She had thought it was gone, but it wasn't. It was still there, still alive within her, even if she didn't want it. But now, she had no choice. She had to face it. "Mia," the figure hissed, its voice thick with malice. "You cannot defeat me. You cannot break what is unbreakable. I am Windcresta's true heart, and you will bow to me, as your ancestors did before you." Mia clenched her fists, the shard still in her pocket, and the burning light that had once helped her fight the curse flared to life again. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a part of her. It was the only way she could stop this. It was the only way to finish what she had started. She pulled the shard from her pocket, holding it high, the light blazing brightly. As she stepped forward, the figure recoiled, its form flickering as the light touched it. "No!" it screamed, its voice full of rage and fear. "You cannot destroy me. I am your past, your present, your future." Mia's eyes filled with determination. "You are not my future. I will end this." With a forceful cry, Mia thrust the shard forward, and a light erupted, filling the room with a blinding flash. The air around them crackled with energy. The land itself shuddering as the darkness recoiled from the light, but the figure did not disappear. It roared in fury, its form contorting as it fought against the power of the shard. The battle was not over yet. Mia had unleashed something powerful, but she had to finish it. She had to stop the land from feeding on her, from feeding on the past. As the light from the shard surged, the figure let out one final, terrible scream. The light from the shard surged, brighter than surged anything Mia had ever experienced, and with it, the very air around her seemed to ignite. The figure, the embodiment of Windcrest dark power, howled, its form flickering like a shadow caught in the sun. It writhed in pain, the energy from the energy from the shard tearing through it, but it refused to fade. It was ancient, and it wasn't going to let go without a fight. Mia's hands shook as she held the shard, her arms trembling under the strain of the power she was unleashing. The darkness fought a secretary back, its tendrils stretching and writhing, like a living thing, trying to latch onto her, to pull her back into its suffocating grasp. The room shook violently, and the very ground beneath her feet cracked, as if the earth itself was in ancient. Whilst Venezia and Iran Lord, the wasting in a route west, your fish shelf, burn with the cubes, and what else it was agony. "Amelia!" Mia screamed, her voice strained. "Get out of here, now!" But Amelia didn't move. She stood at Mia's side, eyes wide with fear and determination. "No, Mia, I'm not leaving you." Mia's heart ached at the sight of her friend, but she knew what had to be done. "You don't understand. This thing," it sighed. "It's not just a curse. It's the land, and if I don't finish this, it will never stop. It will keep coming back." Amelia's expression softened, but she still didn't move. Then let's do it together. Mia's eyes filled with gratitude. But the battle wasn't over. The land was alive with the darkness, and it was fighting every ounce of energy. Mia was pouring into the shard, the power from the sigil, the power from the sigil, the curse. All of it had been tied to her. The land had been a parasite, feeding off her bloodline for generations, and now it was trying to reclaim what Mia had severed. The darkness rose again, its form shifting into something more monstrous, towering over them. It seemed to be made of pure shadow, a swirling mass of black energy, its eyes glowing with the same cruel light Mia had seen before. "You cannot destroy me, Mia Ashford," it boomed, its voice vibrating in the very air. "I am the earth. I am the land. I am the very soul of Windcrest. You are nothing." Mia gritted her teeth, focusing all her energy into the shard. It was the last of her strength, the final act of defiance against the ancient evil that had haunted her and her family for centuries. The bond between them had always been more thanly for centuries. The bond between them had always been more than a curse. It was a curse born of her ancestors' greed, but also a binding that had held Windcrest together. And now, she was undoing it all. "You may be part of this land," Mia shouted, her voice stronger than ever, "but you will not control me any longer. This ends now." With a final scream, Mia thrust the shard forward, and the light exploded outward, bathing the entire cabin in a blinding flash. The darkness recoiled, its form shuddering as the light tore through it. Mia felt the land beneath her feet tremble with the force of it, as if the very earth was rejecting the darkness for a moment. There was nothing but light and a deafening roar of wind. And then the world went silent. Mia blinked, her eyes adjusting to the sudden stillness. The air was thick with the remnants of power, but the land had fallen silent. The shadowy figure was gone. The altar had crumbled, the sigil shattered. The ancient power that had once bound Windcrest together had been broken. The curse was truly over. Mia fell to her knees, the shard slipping from her hand as her body gave out. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly, exhaustion washing over her. She had done it. The curse had been broken, and the land was free. But the fears had been broken, and the land was free. Price had been steep. Mia could feel it. Her connection to the land had been severed completely. She was no longer tied to Windcrest, no longer tied to its darkness. But as she looked around, a strange emptiness filled her heart. The weight of force, a price, emptiness filled her heart. The land, the burden of the curse, was gone. But so was a part of herself. The peace that had always belonged to Windcrest. The land that had shaped her. The darkness that had haunted her family. It was all gone, and in its place, there was gone nothing but silence. Amelia knelt beside her, her face filled with concern. "Mia, are you all right?" Mia managed a weak smile, though her eyes were clouded with confusion. "I think I am, but I don't know who I am without it, without the curse, without the land." Amelia helped Mia to her feet, supporting her as they both stared at the ruins of her feet. The cabin. The land had been freed, yes, but at what cost? Mia had broken the curse, severed the bond, but she was no longer part of Windcrest. She was a stranger to it now. "I'll help you through this, Mia," Amelia said, her voice warm and reassuring. "We'll figure it out. Together." Mia nodded. Together. Mia nodded, but her thoughts were distant. The land had been her enemy, and now it was gone. But was it truly gone? She felt something deep within her stirring, a whisper of the darkness that had been banished, still lingering in the corners of her mind. As they turned to leave the cabin, the wind picked up again, swirling around them with a sudden force. The trees rustled, and for a moment, it felt as though the land was alive, still breathing beneath their feet. The darkness had been driven away, but it wasn't completely gone. It was still watching them. Mia stopped, her hand pressing against her chest, feeling the faint pulse of the connection that still remained. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it was there. She knew the darkness wasn't gone for good. "This isn't over, is it?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. Amelia turned to her, her expression worried but determined. "No, but we'll face it. Together. Whatever comes next, Mia. We'll be ready." Mia nodded slowly, but the uncertainty still gnawed at her. The battle had been won, but the war was far from over. Windcrest was free. For now. But the land still held its secrets, and Mia knew they had only scratched the surface. As they walked back through the forest, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching, waiting. The darkness wasn't gone, and when it returned, Mia would be ready. Mia and Amelia walked in silence, the weight of the battle still heavy in the air around them, though the sun had begun to rise, casting long shadows over the once darkened town of Windcrest. Mia couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in her gut. The land felt different, yet the sensation of being watched never quite left her. The darkness was gone, at least for on. Now, but Mia's senses were alert, as if the world was still holding its breath. They made their way through the quiet streets, past empty houses, the cobblestone roads now almost peaceful in the daylight. But there was something unsettling about the stillness. Windcrest had been broken, freed from the curse. But the land was still tied to Mia, whether she liked it or not. She didn't feel free, not completely. It was as if a part of her was still tethered to the place, her place. The battle had severed the curse, yes, but Mia felt as if something was unfinished. She had freed the town from centuries of suffering, but in doing so, had she also freed herself? Amelia seemed to sense Mia's unease. "Mia," she said softly, "are you all right? You've been distant ever since we left the cabin." Mia paused, running a hand through her disheveled hair. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice quiet. "I thought I'd feel relieved, but it's like something is still here, like it's not completely over." Amelia's brow furrowed in concern. "What do you mean?" "I can feel it," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The land is still connected to me. The curse is gone, but there's something else, something more ancient. The land feels alive, and not in a peaceful way. It's almost like I'm a peaceful way, still part of it. Part of the darkness." Amelia didn't say anything for a long moment. The wind blew through the streets, lifting fallen leaves from the ground. The town seemed peaceful on the outside, but Mia could feel the change. "It wasn't over. Not yet. We need answers," Mia said suddenly, her voice filled with a new determination. "We need to understand what's left." The historian, he had knowledge, but I think we need more. There's something buried here, something even older. There's something even older than the curse, and I think it's tied to me." Amelia nodded, her expression resolute. "Then let's find it. Let's finish this, Mia." The two women set off toward the historian's house once again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the quiet streets of Windcrest. The town seemed peaceful, but Mia could sense the unease in the air. It was too quiet. There was a heaviness in the atmosphere, like the land was waiting for something. As they approached the historian's cottage, the door creaked open before they even knocked. An old, familiar face appeared in the doorway. Gray hair, weathered skin, eyes that seemed to have seen too much. "You've come back," the historian said, his voice low, as if he had been expecting them. "I knew you would." Mia narrowed her eyes, stepping forward. "You knew?" He nodded, stepping aside to let them in. "Yes, I knew you weren't finished. The curse was only the surface of it. There's something deeper, something that binds you to this place, something even I don't fully understand, but it's tied to your bloodline. Maya's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? I thought the curse was broken. The historian's face grew solemn. It's not just a curse, Mia. The land itself is alive. Its essence, its power. Your bloodline has been intertwined with this place for centuries. And when you broke the curse, you released something else. Something darker, the true heart of Windcrest. Mia stepped forward, her pulse quickening. What is it? What have I released? The historian walked to a dusty shelf in the corner of the room, pulling down an old, tattered book. He flipped through the pages with surprising speed, before stopping at a particular section. The writing was old, and Mia could barely make out the words, but she caught enough to understand. Windcrest, the historian muttered, wasn't always cursed. It was founded by your ancestors. Yes, but they didn't just come here for land. They came because they had made a deal, an ancient, forbidden pact with something beyond this world. And that deal, that darkness, Mia, it never left. It's in your blood. It's with you. Mia stared at him, the blood draining from her face. You mean to tell me that my ancestors created curse, that they summoned this darkness, and now I've somehow set it free again? The historian nodded gravely. You freed the land, yes, but in doing so, you've awakened its true guardian, the spirit of the land itself, and it's not going to let you go. It's not just a force of nature. It is intelligent. It is a being. It is a being with its own desires, and it has waited for centuries for the right moment to reclaim what was once promised to it. Your bloodline has to finish the deal. It's not over, Mia. Not by a long shot. Mia's mind reeled as she tried to process what was what he was saying. She had thought the curse was a simple evil, something that could be broken, but this was something far older, far more dangerous. Her family had made a deal with this darkness, and now she had to face the consequences. What do I do? She asked, her voice shaking. How do I stop it? How do I fix this? The historian's face softened. You cannot undo what's been done. The pact was made long ago, and the spirit of the land has grown too powerful. But there is one way you can stop it. One way to break the bond. You must face the spirit, Mia. You, one area done when? Then I must go to the heart of Windcrest, where the first ritual took place, and sever your connection to the land once and for all. Only then will the spirit leave. Mia swallowed hard, her heart pounding, the heart of Windcrest, where it had all of Windcrest begun, the place she had already visited, the place where the first ritual had been performed, the sigil, the altar. I'll do it, she said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. I'll face it. I'll end this. But as it, she turned to leave. A sudden wave of dizziness hit her. The room spun, and for a brief moment, everything around her seemed to fade. The historian's voice echoed in the background, distant and muffled. You've been chosen, Mia Ashford. You've been chosen, Mia Ashford. He said, his words dripping with an unsettling finality. But the land, it will never let you go. The darkness, Mia realized, was still here. It was waiting for her, waiting for the final confrontation. And she was ready. Mia took a deep breath as the dizziness subsided, the world around her slowly coming back into focus. The historian's words echoed in her mind, their weight sinking in with the certainty of an approaching storm. The land will never let you go. She turned to face Amelia, who was standing quietly at her side, her eyes full of concern. Mia, she whispered, are you all right? Mia nodded, although the unease still gripped her heart. We're going to the heart of Windcrest, the place where it all started. We have to finish this once and for all. Amelia's expression was a mixture of fear and determination. Then that's your fear and determination. They left the historian's cottage, the sun now high in the sky, casting long shadows on the streets of Windcrest. Mia's mind raced as she walked. The historian's words still reverberated in her head. She had to face the spirit of theater, land, the true force that had created the curse. It had been with her all along, buried deep in her bloodline, waiting for her to set it free. Mia had broken the curse, yes. She had severed the direct connection. But the land wasn't just a place. It was a living entity, a being that had been tied to her family for generations. And now it was demanding its due. The town, despite its outward calm, felt eerily quiet. The buildings seemed to loom over them as if watching, waiting. The streets felt alive in a way they hadn't before. Mia could almost feel the earth under her feet, humming with ancient energy. The darkness hadn't disappeared. It had merely retreated. Now it was gathering its strength, and Mia was walking its strength, and Mia was walking straight into its heart. They reached the outskirts of town, near the old forest path that led to the clearing. The trees seemed to grow denser here, their branches twisting together like fingers of a giant, their shadows stretching across the land. Mia's pulse quickened as they neared the spot. She had been here before, the altar, the sigil, but this time it was different. This time she was walking into the heart of the curse. The clearing was just as it had been before, the altar still standing in the center, the sigil engraved in the stone. But now Mia could feel the difference. The air was thick with an ominous presence, the ground beneath her feet trembling, as if the land itself was aware of her arrival. The sigil was glowing faintly again, but this time it wasn't the same pulse. It was darker, more intense. The land was calling to her, pulling her in. Mia stepped forward, her breath steady but her heart racing. "I'm here," she whispered, almost to herself. "Let's finish this." Amelia stepped up beside her, her voice full of concern. "Mia, are you sure? We don't know what's going to happen when you do this. What if it's not over?" Mia looked at her, her gaze steady. "It has to be. I have to face it. I have to break the bond between me and this land. Once and for all." She moved toward the altar, her steps slow and deliberate, as her fingers brushed the stone. A surge of fingers brushed the stone. Power rushed through her. The sigil pulsed, its energy growing stronger with each step she took. She could feel the land, the curse, alive beneath her skin. It was pulling at her, trying to drag her back into its grasp. The trees around them seemed to shift, their branches creaking as if they too were alive with the power of the land. The shadows deepened, growing darker and more tangible. Mia could feel the presence of the land's spirit surrounding her, the force that had been tied to her bloodline for so long, its power feeding on her fear. "You cannot sever what has been bound, Mia Ashford." A voice boomed from the trees, deep and resonant, echoing through the clearing. "You think you can escape me? You think you can escape me? You think you can break the bond?" Mia's heart pounded, but she stood firm, the shard from the altar still in her hand, the power she had used before, the light that had fought the curse, surged through her once again. "I will break it," she said, her voice strong despite the fear that gnawed at her. "I will destroy you." The trees groaned as the presence of the spirit grew stronger. The land itself seemed to shift and twist, its energy bending toward Mia, pulling at her with an overwhelming force. She could feel her body being tugged, her breath becoming shallow as the land attempted to take control of her once again. The figure, the spirit of the land, emerged from the shadows. It was towering, its form flickering in and out of existence, like a living in and out of existence, like a living shadow, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You cannot defeat me," it hissed. its voice like the rustling of dry leaves, the groaning of ancient trees. "You are May. You cannot break free. You are bound to this place." Stepped forward, ignoring the pull of the darkness. "I am free," she said, her voice filled with defiance. "And you will be gone." She raised the shard high, and the light surged from it, brighter than before, blinding in its intensity. The air around them crackled with energy, the ground shaking violently as the power built. The spirit shrieked, its form twisting and writhing in pain as the light consumed it. "You cannot destroy me," the spirit bellowed. "I am the land. I am the land, eternal. I am..." The light from the shard blazed brighter, cutting through the spirit, tearing it apart. The earth beneath Mia's feet trembled as the power surged, breaking the connection between her and the land. The air was thick with the crackling of energy, the very ground beneath them splitting as the spirit was finally driven back, with one final scream. The spirit of the land was gone, the power that had held it together dissolving into the air like smoke. The sigil flickered one last time before it shattered, the stone crumbling into dust. The clearing fell silent. Mia collapsed to her knees, her body drained from the effort, but the weight that had held her heart was gone. The connection between her and the land, the curse, had been severed completely. But even as the last remnants of the spirit disappeared, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that the land was still watching her. The battle was over, but Windcrest was forever changed. Mia had won, but she knew the scars of this place would never fully fade. With Amelia at her side, she looked out over the clearing. Windcrest was free, but Mia knew that this land, these shadows, would always be a part of her. And as long as they a part of her remained, there would always be the possibility of darkness returning. "Let's go," Mia said, her voice quiet but resolute. "Let's leave Windcrest behind." And together, they walked away from the clearing, toward whatever came next. As Mia and Amelia made their way away from the clearing, the oppressive silence of Windcrest followed them. But Mia couldn't shake the feeling that the land still held its breath. The weight of the darkness had lifted. Yes, but there was something else, something lingering, hidden in the very bones of the earth. The forest behind them seemed to stretch farther, its trees towering like ancient sentinels. Mia's steps were slow, the exhaustion from the ritual making her limbs heavy. But the feeling of watching, it didn't go away. The land was alive, and though the curse had been broken, its presence was etched into the very fabric of Windcrest. "We've done it, right?" Amelia said, her voice filled with both relief and concern. "It's over?" Mia looked at her, her expression unreadable. "I don't know," she admitted. "The curse, the spirit, it's gone. But there's something unfinished, like the land isn't done with me, like it won't be." Amelia stopped walking, looking at her with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" Mia ran a hand through her hair, her thoughts swirling. "I destroyed the sigil. I broke the connection, but I'm still tied to this place, to the land. It's like it's waiting for something, like it's trying to tell me something, but I can't figure out what it is." The wind rustled through the trees, the soft sound of nature filling the air, but it didn't ease Mia's anxiety. She knew deep down that the darkness wasn't gone. It was just hiding, and it would come back. It always did. They continued their walk, but the peaceful facade of Windcrest didn't comfort Mia. The houses they passed, though quiet, felt empty now, like the land had been drained of its life force. The curse may have been defeated, but Windcrest had changed. Everything about the town felt different, darker somehow. Finally, as they reached the edge of town, Mia stopped. There, just past the last row of houses, was the old cemetery. the place where her family had been buried. A place Mia had avoided for years, but now, it called to her. The truth was buried there. It was the last part of the puzzle she needed to solve. Amelia noticed her hesitation and stopped beside her. Mia? I have to go there, Mia said quietly. I don't think I can leave until I understand everything. My family, the land, the darkness. It's all connected. And I need to know why. Amelia didn't question her. She simply nodded. I'm with you. The two of them walked toward the cemetery, the air growing colder as they passed the wrought iron gates. The gravestones were old, weathered by time, but Mia's gaze was fixed on the back of the cemetery, where the oldest tombstones lay, her family's plot, the Ashford graves. When they reached the stone markers, Mia knelt before them, her heart heavy. The names were faded, nearly unreadable, but Mia knew them by heart. Her ancestors, the ones who had made the pact with the fair land, the ones who had bound her bloodline to Windcrest's fate. Her fingers brushed the worn stones, and for a moment she felt it, the pulse, the connection to her ancestors, to the darkness, to the land. It was like a whisper, a soft tug at her soul, urging her to listen. Then, as if the wind itself had guided her, her gaze fell on one particular gravestone. It was different from the others. It was larger, newer, and the inscription was still legible. Evelyn Ashford, 1821–1885. Mia's breath caught in her throat. Evelyn, her great-great-grandmother, the woman who had first made the deal, who had bound their family to the land, the woman whose choices had set everything in motion. Her fingers traced the name on the stone, and as she did, she felt something strange, an energy, a pull that seemed to come from beneath the earth. The land was speaking to her again. Amelia, Mia whispered, her voice trembling. Evelyn. She knew. This was coming. Amelia knelt beside her, following her gaze to the gravestone. What do you mean? What do you mean? The pact, Mia said, her eyes wide with realization. Evelyn didn't just make the deal with the spirit of the land. She sacrificed herself. She tied her bloodline to the curse. To me. It wasn't just a ritual. It was a trap. And now, the land, it's calling me. It's expecting me to finish what she started. Amelia's eyes widened. You mean you're the one who has to make the final choice? You have to decide whether to accept the land's power or destroy it? Mia nodded slowly, the weight of her ancestors' choices settling on her shoulders. Yes, and if I accept it, if I take the land's power, I'll be bound to it forever. But if I refuse, if I break the last tie, the land will be free. If I break the last tie, the land will be free. But I won't be. I'll never be part of Windcrest again. I'll be an outsider. She stood up slowly, staring at the gravestone, the final choice before her. The land was waiting, but Mia wasn't sure she was ready to make this decision. Was it worth sacrificing her family's legacy to free Windcrest completely? Or was there another way? A way to keep the land from calling to her, without losing everything she had ever known? I have to make the choice, Mia said softly. But I don't know what the right answer is. The wind blew again, and the trees seemed to whisper around them. The spirit of Windcrest was still there, watching, waiting for her to make the final decision. The darkness hadn't left. It was merely waiting for her to choose. She took one last look at the gravestones, her fingers brushing the name of her great-grandmother once more. I don't know if I'm ready, but I have to finish this for everyone. As the sun began to set behind them, Mia knew that the final chapter of Windcrest's dark history was about to be written. And whether she liked it or not, she would have to write it herself. Mia took a deep breath. Thea took a deep breath. the weight of the decision pressing heavily on her chest. The air around her was thick with tension, as though the earth itself was waiting for her to make a move. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a reddish hue across the cemetery, and the shadows lengthened, merging with the darkness of the forest surrounding the town. Amelia stood beside her, silent and watchful. Mia could feel her presence, a comfort in the overwhelming uncertainty that churned inside her. Despite everything, Mia knew she wasn't alone in this, but the truth remained. The choice was hers, and hers alone. "I have to go to the altar," Mia said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "The final choice, the land. It's still tied to me, and I have to sever it completely. I can't leave this place until I do." Amelia nodded, but her face was filled with concern. "I'll go with you. Wherever you go, I'm with you." Maya met her gaze, her expression grateful but heavy, with the burden of the decision ahead. "I know, but this time, I might have to face it alone. The land will only listen to me. I have to end it." They walked in silence, the path ahead seeming endless. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of earth and something older, something darker. Mia could feel it, felt the land pulling at her again, urging her to return to the place where it all began, where the curse had taken root and where it had all began, where it had all started. As they approached the clearing, the familiar sight of the altar came into view. The sigil had faded, and the dark presence that had once hung in the air seemed to have dissipated. But Mia could still feel the remnants of it, like an echo that refused to fade. She knew what she had to do. But as she stood before the altar, doubt began to creep in. Was this really the end? Or had she merely reached the next chapter in this long, dark story? Mia stepped forward, her eyes drawn to the stone altar. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, a subtle reminder that the land had not forgotten its claim over her. The shard she had once used to break the curse still hung at her side. Used to break the curse still hung at her side. It felt heavy, but not in the way it had before. It wasn't an external weight anymore. It was part of her now. A bond, a link that could not be undone. "Amelia," Mia said, her voice trembling. "Stay back for a moment." Amelia hesitated, but nodded, stepping back just enough to give Mia space. Mia approached the altar, her pulse quickening as she knelt before it. She placed her hands on the stone, the cold surface sending a shiver through her bones. The sigil may have disappeared, but the land's power still pulsed beneath her fingertips. It was waiting. The spirit was waiting for her to choose. For a long moment, Mia just sat there, the wind whispering around her, her mind blank. But as her fingers traced the grooves in the stone, a memory flickered. Her great-great-grandmother, Evelyn Ashford. The pact, the deal that had tied their family to this land. Evelyn had made the choice that had started everything, but Mia had never known why. Now it seemed that Evelyn's decision was Maya's to bear, just as the land had always intended. "I had to finish it," Mia whispered, the words almost a prayer. "I have to let go." As she spoke, the air around her grew colder. The spirit of the land was closing in, its presence thick and suffocating. Mia could feel the pressure building, the land pushing at her from all sides. It wanted her. It needed her. Her heart thudded in her chest as she stood, gripping the shard tightly. "This ends now." She stood, gripping the shard tightly, said, her voice steady. Once and for all, she raised the shard high, and as the light from it glowed brighter, the land trembled beneath her feet. The wind howled as the power surged through her, through the earth, through the very fabric of Windcrest. The trees shook, their branches twisting as if trying to reach for her. Shadows began to rise from the ground, twisting and contorting as they surrounded her. And then, from the very earth beneath her, the spirit of Windcrest rose again. It was no longer a shadow. It was a form, a massive, hulking creature made entirely of the land. Its body was shaped from earth, roots, and stone, with eyes that gleamed like fiery embers. Its voice echoed in her mind like a thunderclap. "You cannot escape," the spirit said, its voice deep and resonant, shaking the very air. "I am the land, I am the beginning and the end. You cannot destroy me. I am you." Mia held her ground, the shard now blazing with light. The energy pulsing through her body. "I don't want you inside me," she said, her voice unwavering. "I don't want this curse. I don't want your power. I'm done," the spirit roared, its form shifting and collapsing as if the very land wastled, resisting her. "You cannot leave me. Your blood is mine. Your ancestors made this deal. You will obey." Mia stepped forward, raising the shard higher. "I am the end. Your time is over. This bond ends here, now." The shard erupted with blinding light, and the land screamed in fury. The air crackled as Mia pushed the shard forward, the energy surging through her body like wildfire. The spirit thrashed, its form flickering as the light overwhelmed it. "Let it go," Mia whispered. "Let me go." With one final scream, the earth trembled violently. The ground cracked beneath them as the spirit of the land collapsed, its form shattering into dust and ash, the energy from the shard spreading into dust and ash outward, flooding the entire clearing with a bright, blinding light that consumed everything. And then, it was still. The wind had died. The ground had stopped trembling. The shadows had vanished. Mia stood, panting heavily, the shard now dimmed in her hand. The land, the curse, the spirit, they were gone. But even as the light faded and the dust settled, Mia knew that what had just happened couldn't truly be the end. The land was free, yes, but so was she. She was no longer bound to Windcrest, no longer tied to its dark legacy. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to walk. Together, with Amelia by her side, Mia turned and began walking back through the forest. Windcrest had been freed, but Mia knew the world still held its mysteries. And now, it was time to face the future, whatever it might hold. Mia and Amelia walked silently through the forest, their footsteps soft against the earth. The clearing was now behind them, and the heavy silence of the land that had once been so oppressive had lifted. But even though the curse had been severed, Mia felt a strange emptiness inside. The land had been freed, but it felt like a piece of herself had been left behind. Something vital, something that had always been a part of her. As they reached the edge of the forest, the distant outline of Windcrest appeared in the distance. The town was still there, standing stoically in the fading light, but now it felt like a ghost town, a place that had been part of her life for so long, but now felt distant, foreign. Windcrest had been her home, but in a way it had also been a prison. The bond had been broken, but there was no going back. Amelia glanced over at Mia, her expression thoughtful. "Mia, how do you feel?" "The curse is gone, but you don't look like you've found peace yet." Mia stopped walking, her gaze fixed on the town ahead. "I don't know if I'll ever feel at peace," she said quietly. "The land, it's free. I'm free. But something's still there, Amelia. It's like a piece of me has been lost. Windcrest, it's no longer mine. I think I was connected to it more than I realized." Amelia placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Maybe you were connected, Mia, but you're not anymore. You've broken the cycle. Now you're free to choose your own path." Mia nodded slowly, her mind still racing. The land was free, yes, but in her heart, Mia knew the price of breaking that connection had been more than she had expected. Windcrest was no longer her burden. but the emptiness left behind was a reminder of just how deeply the darkness had rooted itself in her life. Suddenly, a faint sound caught her attention, a rustling in the trees, the faintest whisper on the wind. Mia stopped, her heart skipping a beat. It was a voice she hadn't heard in years, a voice she had hoped never to hear again. Mia Ashford. Mia's breath caught in her throat. She turned toward the sound, her eyes breath caught in her throat, scanning the trees, but she couldn't see anyone. She felt the air grow cold again, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. The land was quiet, but something else was still there. "Mia?" Amelia asked, her voice filled with concern. "I heard it," Mia whispered. "I heard someone call my name." Amelia looked around, but the forest was still. "Nah, there's no one here." But Mia felt it again. The cold rush of air, the weight of eyes of air. The weight of felt it again, something unseen pressing in. And then the voice came again, louder this time. "Mia Ashford, it is not over." Mia's heart began to race. She stepped forward, her instincts screaming at her to stop. But she couldn't. The voice, the presence, it felt familiar. She didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't ignore the pull. "You have broken the curse, but the land is still mine, Mia. It will always be mine. You have only set it free to take what is rightfully its own." "Who's there?" Mia called, her voice steady, though her hands were trembling. "Show yourself." The wind picked up again, swirling around her. The trees creaked, their branches shifting as if they were reaching out to her. Mia felt a presence close, but it wasn't the spirit of Windcrest. It was something else, something older. The shadowy figure emerged from the forest before her, its form more fluid than before, no longer the same towering being that had attacked her at the altar. It was still dark, its face hidden in the shadows, but Mia could feel the power emanating from it. "You thought you could banish me, Mia Ashford," the figure hissed, its voice like the wind itself, echoing through the trees. "You cannot. The land will never be free, and neither will you." Mia took a step back, her mind racing. "No, I broke the bond. You're gone. The land is free." The figure laughed, a low, cold sound that chilled her to the core. "You may have severed the curse hold on the land, but there are forces older than you can imagine. Your bloodline is tied to this place. Mia, you cannot escape it." Mia felt her chest tighten. She had thought it was over. She had thought that by breaking the sigil, by severing the by severing the bond, she had freed herself from the land's dark hold. But this thing wasn't just a part of the curse. It was something more ancient, a force that had been tied to Windcrest far before her family had ever come into the picture. "I am not gone," the figure said, its voice almost soothing, like the wind rustling through the trees. "I am the land's true soul, the spirit that governs it. You cannot escape me. You have set me free, but in doing so, you've become my vessel." Mia's eyes widened in realization. "No." "Yes, Mia." The figure stepped closer, its presence growing stronger, the darkness pulling at her again. "You are mine, and you will never be free. Not until the end of time." Mia gritted her teeth, stepping back, the air around her growing colder by the second. She refused to let this thing take hold of her. She had already fought the darkness, already won. There had to be a way to stop this. "I won't let you," Mia said, her voice shaking but determined. "I won't be your vessel. You'll never control me again." The figure tilted its head, a sinister smile spreading across its shadowed face. We shall see, it said. We shall see, it said. We shall see. With a final chilling laugh, the figure melted back into the shadows, vanishing into the forest. The wind died down, and the forest fell silent once again. Mia stood frozen, her breath ragged, the weight of what had just happened pressing down on her. The land hadn't been freed. It wasn't done with her yet. She had thought the battle was over, but the true struggle had only just begun. Amelia stepped forward, her voice filled with concern. Mia, what happened? Who was that? Mia turned to her friend, her face pale, but her eyes filled with a new sense of resolve. The land is still not done with me. I thought I had freed it, but something older, something far more powerful is still here. We're not finished. This battle, it's just begun. Amelia nodded grimly. Then we fight again, together. Mia looked out toward Windcrest, the town still looming in the distance, as if waiting for them. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with shadows and whispers, but Mia knew one thing. She wouldn't let it take her, not this time. And as they walked forward, Mia could feel the land beneath her feet, still watching, still waiting, its ancient eyes fixed on her. The darkness wasn't over. It had merely been awakened. Mia and Amelia made their way back toward Windcrest, the night air heavy with uncertainty. The wind had picked up once again, whispering through the trees as if the land itself was trying to communicate with them. But the whispers were not soothing. They were cold and dark, like a threat hanging in the air, lingering just out of reach. Mia felt the weight of the curse pressing against her chest once more, the same oppressive force she had fought to escape. But now it was different. The battle wasn't just against a curse, it was against the very spirit of the land itself. It was ancient, a presence that had been tied to Windcrest long before her family had ever arrived, and she had unknowingly unleashed it. This is insane, Amelia muttered as they walked side by side, glancing nervously at the trees that seemed to bend toward them, as though the forest was alive. I thought we were done with this. How could it still be here? After everything we did? Mia's mind was racing, trying to piece together the words of the spirit she had just encountered. You are my vessel. The phrase echoed in her thoughts, mocking her. She hadn't simply severed the curse. She had become a part of something much shifter and darker. She had thought that by breaking the bond, she would be free, but the spirit had other plans. I don't know, Mia said quietly, her voice filled with frustration. I thought I was breaking the cycle, but it's like I've become part of it. My bloodline, my ancestors, they made a deal with this thing, and now it's using me to finish what they started. Amelia glanced at her, her expression filled with worry. But you're not your ancestors. You're not bound to them. You have the power to stop this. Mia shook her head. It's not that simple. The land is alive, Amelia, and I can feel it, still watching me, still pulling at me. I thought I could sever the connection, but now, I think it's a part of me now, in a way I don't fully understand. They reached the edge of Windcrest, and Mia's eyes scanned the town before her. The streets were eerily quiet, the houses standing like silent witnesses to the battle she had fought, and to the one that was still coming. The spirit had warned her. I am the land. I am eternal. I am your heritage. And she could feel it now, like a dark weight pushing down on her soul, threatening to consume her once again. Do you hear that? Amelia suddenly whispered, her voice low and tense. Mia stopped, holding her breath. For a moment, there was nothing but the rustling of leaves, the wind howling through the streets. But then, from somewhere deep in the heart of Windcrest, Mia heard it, a low, rhythmic thumping, a sound like a heartbeat. Strong, persistent. Amelia looked at Mia, her eyes wide with concern. What is that? Mia's heart skipped a beat. It's the land. It's alive. They hurried toward the source of the sound, moving quickly through the town as the thumping grew louder. As they passed the old church, the thumping seemed to echo from beneath their aquatic short feet, as if it were coming from deep within the earth itself. Something's underground, Mia murmured, the spirit. It's not just tied to the land, it's tied to this town square, where the thumping was deafening now. The earth beneath them seemed to vibrate, sending a tremor through the ground. Mia's eyes darted to the old well in the center of the square. The same well her ancestors had once used for the ritual, the same well she had always avoided. The thumping was coming from there, without another word. Mia rushed forward, pulling open the wooden cover that shielded the well from view. The moment she touched it, the ground beneath her feet cracked and the thumping stopped. Everything went silent for a moment. It seemed as though the world itself had stopped turning. Then, a deep, rumbling voice rose from the depths of the well, sending a chill through Mia's bones. Mia Ashford. It well, said, the word slow, deliberate, as though the very air was thick with the presence of something ancient. You cannot escape me. You will never be free of what you have awoken. Mia stepped back, her breath catching in her throat. Please, she whispered, her voice trembling. I've done everything. I've broken the curse. I freed Windcrest. The voice laughed, low and hollow. You freed nothing, Mia. The ground trembled beneath her feet again, and Mia could feel feet again, and Mia could feel feet again. Earth groaned as if it were alive, shifting beneath the weight of the spirit's power. You've only unleashed the true power of this land. It's been waiting for centuries, and now it is time to claim what is mine. Before Mia could react, the ground around the well cracked open, and a dark mist began to seep out, filling the square with a thick, suffocating fog. The mist was cold, colder than anything Mia had felt before, and it wrapped around her, pressing in, as though trying to pull her into the earth itself. Amelia screamed, reaching for Mia. But the mist was already closing in on her. The voice continued, its power growing stronger, more relentless. You are mine, Mia Ashford, and the land. It always takes her what it is owed. Mia staggered back, struggling against the pull of the mist. Her mind raced, but the spirit's words kept echoing in her ears. The land always takes what it is owed, her bloodline, her past. She had thought she could escape it. She had thought she could sever the curse. But it had always been with her, a part of her, a part of Windcrest. No, Mia gasped, her voice breaking. I won't be your vessel. Her hands shook as she reached for the shard once more, the only weapon that had ever been able to break the darkness. But the mist wrapped tighter around her, pushing against her, pulling at her very soul. The thumping resumed, louder, stronger, and then something in the earth shifted. With a deafening crack, the ground beneath them split open, and from the depths of the well, a figure began to rise. Not just any figure, the spirit. Its form was a twisted mixture of shadow, roots, and stone, rising slowly from the chasm it had created, its eyes glowing with a sickly light. It was the land, alive, aware, and now it was reaching for Mia. Mia, Amelia screamed, but the mist closed in around them, and the voice from the earth rumbled once again, louder than ever. You cannot escape me, Mia Ashford. And this time, Mia knew it was true. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as the dark pounded in her chest as the dark figure rose from the earth, its form taking shape like something from the very core of the land. The ground trembled beneath her, and the mist that surrounded them seemed to pulse with a malevolent life of its own. The air had grown colder, heavier, the presence of the spirit pressing down on her, suffocating her every breath. The spirit loomed over her, its glowing eyes fixated on her, as if it could see straight through her, deep into her very soul. She had tried so hard to sever still clinging to her, pulling her back into the darkness. Her bloodline, her family's curse, had never truly been broken. She had freed the town, yes, but she had never been freed. Mia Ashford. The Spirit's voice echoed around her, low and rumbling, like the groan of the earth itself. You are mine. You always have been. You cannot escape your destiny. Mia stepped back, her heart racing, the terror of what was happening gripping her throat. She had thought the land had been freed when she broke the curse, but she had only made it angry. She had only unleashed the true power of what had been buried for centuries. She had become a part of the land's darkness, and now the veil, there was no escaping it. But Mia wouldn't give in. She couldn't. I won't be your vessel, she whispered, her voice hoarse but filled with defiance. I've broken the curse. I've destroyed the sigil. You can't control me anymore. The spirit, you can't control me anymore. The spirit laughed, the sound reverberating through the very earth. You think you've freed yourself? You think you've severed the bond? Its form seemed to grow darker, the roots and shadows twisting and writhing. You cannot break what has been bound for centuries. You will never escape your bloodline. You are mine, Mia Ashford, and the land will reclaim you. Cracked beneath her, and the mist tightened around her, as if trying to pull her down into the earth. Mia staggered, feeling the weight of the spirit's power growing stronger, wrapping around her, pulling at her with an unrelenting force. She had fought so hard to break free of this curse, but now it was as if the very land was coming to reclaim her. Amelia, Mia gasped. Her voice panicked as she struggled against the pull. Get it out of here! Run! But Amelia didn't move. She stood her ground, eyes wide with fear, but filled with determination. I'm not leaving you, Mia. I'm with you, no matter what. Mia's heart ached as she looked at her friend. Amelia didn't deserve to be dragged into this, but Mia couldn't stop her. The spirit would try to take them both if she didn't end it now. You don't understand, Mia said, her voice trembling. This thing, it's not just after me. It's after all of us. It's the land, the darkness. It has control over everything. If I don't stop it, it will never end. With a trembling hand, Mia reached for the shard, the last piece of hope she had left. It was her only chance to end this, to stop the land from consuming her. Her fingers brushed the smooth surface of the shard, the energy that pulsed within it still strong, but now it felt different. Faint, as if it had been weakened by the spirit's power. Mia clenched her fist around the shard, and for the first time, she felt the weight of her ancestors' pact. Evelyn Ashford, her great-great-grandmother, the woman who had started it all, the woman who had made the deal that bound Mia's bloodline to the land, the woman who had unknowingly set in motion the very destruction Mia now had to face. I will finish what you started, Evelyn, Mia whispered to herself. I will end this. With a roar, the spirit surged forward, its massive form crashing toward her. Mia raised the shard high, the shard high, the light from it flaring with a blinding intensity. The spirit shrieked in fury, its form twisting as it tried to pull Mia into the ground, to drag her back into its suffocating darkness. But Mia wasn't afraid anymore. With a cry, Mia thrust the shard. Isharia forward, the light bursting from it like a tidal wave of energy. The spirit screamed, its form twisting and shrieking as the light tore through it, ripping apart the very fabric of the darkness. The mist surrounding them dissolved. The earth surrounded them, cracking beneath them as the light expanded outward, consuming everything in its path. Mia felt the ground tremble violently beneath her feet, and for a moment, it felt like the entire world was falling apart. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The light from the shard burned brighter, searing through the darkness, ripping apart the land's hold on her. And then, with a final, deafening explosion of light, the spirit was gone. The land fell silent. Mia collapsed to the ground, breathless and shaking, her body weak from the strain. The shard fell from her hand, its light flickering before fading into the air. The mist had vanished, the presence of the spirit gone. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Mia could feel the earth beneath her feet, the land, free from the curse. But even as she sat there, catching her breath, a lingering unease remained. The darkness was gone, yes, but the scars of the land, of her bloodline, would never fully disappear. Mia knew this battle was over, but it was not the end. The spirit had been defeated, but something had shifted within her, within the very core of Windcrest. She had destroyed the land's curse, but she knew now that her curse was cheering now that her story, her connection to Windcrest, was far from over. Mia. Amelia's voice broke through her thoughts. She looked up to see her friend standing over her, concern and relief etched across her face. "You did it! It's over?" Mia nodded. "It's all?" Jaward controls. Slowly, her body exhausted but her spirit unbroken. "It's over. For now." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of what had happened settling over them. Mia knew there was no going back to what had been. Windcrest had changed, and so had she. But for the first time in her life, Mia Ashford felt free. The battle with the land was done, and Mia's journey had only just begun. Mia sat in a clearing, the land now still and quiet, but her mind was far from calm. The darkness, the spirit, the curse, it was all gone. The sigil had crumbled. The land that had once bound her bloodline was no longer her prison. But Mia couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something she was missing, something important. The weight of the land's spirit, though now absent, had left a lingering imprint on her soul. It was as if a part of her had been ripped away, something she didn't fully understand yet. Amelia knelt beside her, her expression filled with concern and relief. "Mia, you did it. We did it. It's over." Mia nodded slowly, but her thoughts were far away. She could feel it, the faint pull of the land, still in her blood. "I don't feel like it's truly over," Mia said quietly. Her voice barely above a whisper. "I destroyed the land's spirit. I thought it would be enough, but it feels like there's still something, a piece of me that's still tied to it." Amelia's brow furrowed as she looked at Mia, sensing the unease that still clung to her. "What do you mean? You've broken the curse. You've freed Windcrest. The land is free now." Mia shook her head, standing up slowly and brushing the dirt from her clothes. "It's not just the curse. I've always been a part of it. My bloodline, my ancestors, they've always been a part of it. Made the deal with the land. I didn't just inherit the curse, Amelia. I inherited the land itself, the darkness, the power. I can feel it." Amelia stood with her, her eyes full of worry. "You don't have to carry that burden anymore, Mia. You've broken the curse. Whatever happened before, whatever your ancestors did, it's not your fault. The land is free, you're free." Mia paused, her hand resting on the stone altar that had once held the sigil. It was still here, crumbled and broken, but the energy of it lingered in the air, a subtle hum, as if the earth itself was remembering what had been done here. She could feel the pulse beneath her fingertips. "The connection." "I know," Mia said softly, turning toward Trey. "Amelia, but there's still something here, something I need to understand. I can feel the land's power. I thought I severed the connection, but it's deeper than I realized. I thought this was over, but I've only just begun to understand what it means to be free. The air around them grew colder, the trees swaying slightly in the breeze. Mia could sense something in the distance, a pull, not the land, not the spirit, but something older. Something that had been lying dormant, waiting for her to discover it. Something buried deep beneath Windcrest. Something that her ancestors had never dared to unearth. Mia, what's wrong? Amelia asked, noticing the shift in Mia's posture. Mia's eyes locked with hers, a mix of fear and determination crossing her face. I have to go back. I have to finish what I started. Amelia hesitated for a moment, but Mia's unwavering gaze hesitated for a moment. But Mia's unwavering gaze told her everything. She didn't question it. Then I'm with you, she said quietly, stepping closer. Mia nodded together. They walked toward the center of Windcrest, where the well had once stood. The thumping in the earth was gone, but Mia could still feel the faint tremors beneath her feet. The heartbeat of the land was there, hidden just out of sight. Something was calling her, and this time, she knew she couldn't ignore it. They reached the heart of the town. Cobblestone streets now cracked and weathered with time as they made their way to the old church. Mia's heart beat faster. The pull was stronger now. Her bloodline had always been tied to Windcrest, and it was here, at the heart of the land, where everything had started, but what had really started. As they approached the church, Mia's footsteps slowed, her breath catching in her throat. There, in front of the church's old wooden doors, stood a figure, a shadow, tall and indistinct, like a part of the town itself. The figure didn't move, but merely stood, waiting. Mia, the voice whispered, though it seemed to come from the very air around her. It's not finished yet. Mia's breath caught. The voice was familiar, cold, deep, like the earth itself, the spirit of itself, the spirit of a Windcrest. She realized it had never truly left her. It had simply been waiting, watching for the right moment to reveal itself again. Who are you? Mia asked, her voice filled with equal parts dread and determination. The shadow stepped forward, revealing its face, or what should have been its face. It was a mask of stone, cracked and weathered with age, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. I am the heart of Windcrest, the figure said, its voice low and reverberating, as if it were not just speaking to Mia, but to the very land around them. I am the foundation of this place, the beginning and the end, and I have waited for you. Amelia stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. Mia, what is this? What's happening? Mia's voice was steady as she looked up at the figure. You were never the spirit of the land. You were the promise, the covenant my ancestors made. The figure's shadowed eyes glowed brighter. Yes, your ancestors sought power, and I gave it to them. But I was never meant to be contained. I was meant to be free, and now you are the key to that freedom. Mia stepped forward, her heart pounding. The connection was undeniable now. This was it, the final piece of the puzzle. Her bloodline was not just tied to the land. It was tied to this, to the promise her ancestors had made, to the price they had paid. I can't let you out, Mia said, her voice filled with finality. This ends here? The figure's laughter rumbled through the air, shaking the very foundations of Windcrest. You think you have the power to stop me? Mia raised her hand, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her. The shard, though dimmed, was still with her. She could feel the power in her blood, in the earth beneath her. It was both her burden and her strength. It was time to break the final chain, to sever the connection once and for all. I do, Mia whispered, her voice steady. And with that, she plunged the shard into the ground, driving it deep into the earth, where the promise had been buried for centuries. The earth shook, the land groaned. and for a moment it felt as though the world itself had stopped. Then there was a deafening silence, and slowly the figure began to dissolve, its form crumbling into dust as the land released its hold on her. The power that had once bound her family to this place was gone. The final piece of the puzzle had been destroyed. Mia stood, breathing heavily. Mia stood, breathing heavily, her heart still racing. But for the first time in years, she felt the weight of the land lift from her shoulders. It was over, at least for now. The town of Windcrest was quiet, peaceful, and for the first time, Mia felt that maybe, just at that maybe, she could finally leave it behind. "Is it really over?" Amelia whispered, her voice barely audible. Mia nodded slowly. "It is, for now." And as they turned to leave, the last remnants of the land's darkness faded away. Mia and Amelia walked slowly through the quiet streets of Windcrest, the town now completely still. The land that had once been a living, breathing entity, filled with dark energy and an insatiable hunger, had finally quieted. The shadow that had lingered for so long had been banished. But Mia couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that clung to her. She had done what was necessary. She had severed the bond, defeated the spirit, and freed the land. But there was still a deep, nagging sense of incompleteness. As they reached the edge of Windcrest, Mia stopped, staring out at the horizon where the forest met the sky. The world felt different now, quieter, more at peace. But the weight of what had happened was still heavy in her heart. She had lived her whole life with the knowledge that she was connected to this place, bound by blood, by history, and now she was free. Or was she? Amelia, sensing Mia's hesitation, stopped beside her. "Mia, I know this is a lot, but you've done it. You've freed this place. You've done more than anyone could ever imagine." Mia looked at her friend, her eyes filled with both exhaustion and gratitude. "I know," she whispered, "but I don't feel free. I don't feel like I can just leave it behind. Windcrest, it was always a part of me. And now I don't know what's left." "You're not the land, Mia," Amelia said gently. You're not the land, Mia," Amelia said gently, her voice full of reassurance. "You've broken the chains. You've freed it. Now you can find your own path. It's your choice. You're no longer bound to the past. You don't owe this place anything." Mia nodded, though a sense of emptiness still lingered inside her. "I thought I could walk away from it, but I've spent my whole life here. I thought I'd be free when I defeated the curse. But maybe it's not just the land I have to leave behind. Maybe it's me. Everything I've ever leave behind. No, my family's legacy. I'm not sure who I am without all of this." Amelia placed a hand on her shoulder, her eyes soft but strong. "You're Mia Ashford, and you've made a choice that no one else could. You've chosen to break free, and you've chosen to break free. Are free, Mia. Don't let the past hold you back any longer. You've already changed the future." Naya took a deep breath, the wind now picking up around them, lifting the strands of her hair. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to center eyes for a moment, herself. It was over. Windcrest was free. The curse had been destroyed. But the part of her that had always felt connected to the land, the part that had once felt trapped, still lingered. But maybe, Amelia, a slow smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Thank you for being with me, for not letting me face this alone." Amelia smiled back, her eyes filled with warmth. "You're my best friend, Mia. You always will be. And no matter where you go from here, I'll be by your side." The two of them stood together for a moment longer, the weight of everything that had happened sinking in, the forest behind them, though once thick with the presence of the spirit, was now quiet. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, as if to welcome the peace that had finally returned. As Mia took one last look at Windcrest, she realized something important. She wasn't running from her past. She was simply leaving behind the chains that had held her. The land had been freed, and so had she, and now, for the first time, she could look ahead to whatever future awaited her. "We'll start fresh," Mia said, her voice steady. Together, Amelia nodded, and the two of them turned, walking away from Windcrest. The town that had once been bound by darkness was now a part of their past, and ahead of them lay a future where Mia could finally choose her own path, no longer burdened by a curse, by blood, or by the land. The road or by the land ahead was uncertain, but Mia didn't fear it. She was free now, and that was enough. As Mia and Amelia walked further away from Windcrest, the last remnants of the town slowly faded into the distance behind them. The moon was now high in the atoll, or shy in the Abterhay sky, casting its pale light over the world. The air felt lighter, the weight that had clung to the land and to Mia's heart finally lifting, but the stillness around them was profound, and the darkness of the past felt like it might follow them forever. Mia felt a strange sense of relief, but also something she couldn't quite place. Even though Windcrest was behind her, she couldn't stop the nagging thought that lingered in her mind. The land was free, but was she? Amelia noticed the change in her friend's posture and slowed her pace. "Mia, you're still thinking about it, aren't you?" she asked softly. Mia didn't answer immediately. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs, and let it out slowly. "I'm trying to move on. I really am. But it's hard. It's like my entire life has been shaped by Windcrest, by this curse. And now that it's over, I don't know who I am without it." Amelia walked beside her, offering a comforting smile. "You're not just a product of the land, Mia. You're you. You're strong. The things you've done. Defeating the curse, freeing Windcrest. That is who you are. You chose your future. You took control of your own story." Unsure nod. "I want to believe that. I do, but there's something in the back of my mind that keeps telling me that no matter how far I go, something about this place is going to follow me. Maybe not the spirit, but the legacy. The land. Maybe not the spirit, but the legacy. It's a part of me, and I don't know if I can ever truly escape that." They kept walking, the path before them illuminated by the soft moonlight, but Mia's steps slowed as she felt the weight of her thoughts press down again. She knew Amelia was right. She had freed the town, she had ended the curse, but there was still something inside her, something unresolved. "You don't have to go through this alone," Amelia said, her voice breaking through Mia's thoughts. "I'm not going anywhere. Whatever you decide to do, we'll face it together." Mia looked at her friend, her eyes softening. "Thank you, Amelia. You don't know how much that means to me." The road ahead was long, stretching into the unknown, and though it was clear that the Windcrest's shadows were behind them, Mia knew that the journey she had begun, both to free herself and the land, was far from over. There would always be echoes of the past, lingering in the corners of her mind. But maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to embrace her future without fear. As they walked deeper into the night, Mia's gaze turned upward to the stars. A sense of quiet determination filled her chest, and for the first time since the battle with the spirit, she felt something stir inside her, a flicker of hope, of possibility. The curse may have been broken, but the journey she had started was only just beginning. The land had been freed, and now it was time for Mia to discover who she was, apart from Thea, to discover who she was, apart from the bloodline, apart from the past. Together, they would find the way. Mia and Amelia continued walking, the moonlight casting long shadows behind them. The road ahead was uncharted, Yet Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being drawn towards something unknown. The sense of relief that had washed over her after defeating the curse was beginning to waver. There was an unsettling quietness in the world around them now, an eerie calm that made her feel as though something else, something darker, was lurking just beyond her perception. The air grew colder as they walked, and Mia found herself glancing over her shoulder more frequently, as if expecting to see something or someone emerge from the shadows. She tried to push the thoughts aside, but they lingered like a shadow that refused to be shaken. Amelia, sensing her unease, slowed her pace and looked at her with concern. "What's on your mind?" Mia sighed, her breath forming a mist in the chilly air. "I don't know. I thought I could leave it all behind. Windcrest, the curse, the land. But now, it's like something is still pulling at me. Something isn't done." Amelia nodded slowly, her gaze thoughtful. "You fought so hard to break free, Mia. But you've got to remember that sometimes, when you fight something for so long, it takes time to fully let go. Maybe you still need to figure out what this journey means for you." Mia hesitated. "I think I understand, but I still feel like there's something we didn't address. Maybe it's the legacy of it all. The fact that the land has always been a part of me. Even if the curse is gone, there's still that connection. I don't think it's over. I think it's waiting for something." Amelia frowned, looking back at the winding road behind them. "What do you mean? Like, is something following us?" Mia shook her head slowly, glancing at the horizon where the moonlight barely touched the earth. "I don't know, but it feels like the land's hold on me isn't completely gone. It feels like something else, maybe something that was never truly part of the curse, still lingers. I just have this feeling, like there's unfinished business." The air around them seemed to grow even colder, as if the night itself was holding its breath. Mia shivered despite her thick jacket and glanced down at her feet. The ground beneath her felt different, as if it were alive and aware of her presence. A low, almost imperceptible hum echoed in the distance. It wasn't the wind or the usual sounds of the forest. It felt alive, like the earth itself was murmuring to her, urging her to listen. The feeling of being watched, of being pulled towards something, grew stronger. "Mia," Amelia said quietly. "Do you hear that?" Mia nodded slowly. The hum was growing louder, more insistent, almost as if it were calling to her. She stopped in her tracks, her breath quickening. The land, the earth beneath her feet felt alive, like it was beckoning her toward something. The darkness was gone, but the weight of the land's power still clung to her, like a thread she couldn't sever. "We need to go back," Mia said suddenly, her voice filled with determination. "Something isn't finished. I thought I could leave it behind, but I can't. Whatever's out there, it's still tied to me." Amelia looked at her, concern flashing across her face. "What do you mean, Mia? We're free now, aren't we?" "The spirit is gone." Mia looked at her friend, her expression grim. "It's not the spirit. It's something else. The land's connection to me. It's still here. And it's waiting for me to finish what I started." Before Amelia could respond, the hum became louder, echoing around them, vibrating through the air. It seemed to be coming from the direction of Windcrest. The pull was undeniable, stronger than ever. "I need to go back," Mia said, her voice resolute. "There's something I missed. Something buried beneath the land, beneath Windcrest. I can feel it. And I think I'm the only one who can stop it." Amelia nodded, understanding the urgency in Mia's voice. "Then let's go. I'm with you, no matter what." Together! They turned back toward Windcrest, the distant glow of the town now calling to them once again. The path was unfamiliar, but the hum grew louder. leading them toward the heart of the town, toward the place where everything had begun, as they crossed the nuns, the praise where everything had begun, as they approached the old well, the very place where Mia had first broken the curse. Mia's heart raced. The ground around them seemed to pulse with life, the earth beneath her feet alive with energy. There was something here, something deep within the earth that had been disturbed when she broke the curse, and now she had to face it. She stepped forward, the air thick with the sensation of being watched. The well stood before her, its dark, empty opening seeming to beckon her forward. Something was down there, something that had been buried for far too long. Mia knelt down beside the well, her fingers brushing the cold stone. The hum was almost deafening now, vibrating through her entire body. She could feel the connection to the land, to the earth itself, pulsing from deep beneath the surface. "This is it," she whispered, her voice filled with both fear and determination. "Whatever is still tied to me, it's buried here, in this well, in Windcrest." Amelia stepped forward, her hand resting on Mia's shoulder. "Mia, whatever happens, you don't have to do this alone." Mia looked up at her, her eyes filled with resolve. "I know, but this has to end." With a deep breath, she reached into. With a deep breath, she reached into the well, her fingers brushing against something beneath the surface, and as she pulled it out, slowly, carefully, she felt the earth tremble once more. What Mia pulled from the depths of the well was not what she expected. It wasn't a relic or an artifact, but a small weathered box, sealed with an ancient symbol, the sigil, and inside that box, she knew, lay the true secret of Windcrest. The story wasn't over, not yet. Mia held the box in her hands, its cold surface sending a shiver down her spine. The symbol etched into its surface, the sigil, was unmistakable. The very same sigil she had destroyed, or so she had thought, but now it was here in her hands, as if mocking her efforts. The box had been hidden beneath the earth for so long, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And now, in the dead of night, with the hum of the earth vibrating beneath her feet, Mia knew that whatever was inside would change everything. "Amelia," Mia whispered, her voice shaking. This isn't just a relic. It's something more. The spirit, the curse, it wasn't truly ended. This box, it holds the real secret." Amelia stepped closer, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "Mia, what do you mean? You destroyed the sigil. We broke the curse. The land is free." Mia shook her head, her grip tightening on the box. "I thought I destroyed it. I thought it was over. But this, whatever is inside this box, it's tied to everything. It's tied to the land, and I don't think it's done with me yet." The air around them seemed to grow colder, the wind howling through the trees like a warning. The ground beneath them hummed again, a low, reverberating sound that made Mia's skin crawl. It was as if the earth itself was alive, aware of what was unfolding. Mia carefully turned the box over in her hands, examining the sigil. It was familiar, yet it seemed to have a different energy now. The shape of the symbol seemed to have a different energy now. The shape of the symbol seemed to shift, its lines moving and twisting in the moonlight. The box, once still and lifeless, now seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, as if it had been waiting for this very moment. "I need to open it," Mia said quietly, though her voice wavered with doubt. "Wait," Amelia protested, her eyes wide with fear. "You don't know what's inside. What if it's another part of the curse? What if you're opening something worse?" Mia hesitated, looking at the box in her hands. The power she had felt from the land, from the spirit, had never truly left her. But this was different. She knew it deep in her gut. This was the final piece. The one thing she had never been able to understand. I have to know, Mia whispered, her voice steady despite the growing dread in her heart. I have to face whatever's inside. Only then will I know if it's truly over. Only then will I know if it's truly over. Then can I finally be free. With a deep breath, Mia slowly lifted the lid of the box. The sound of the wood creaking open echoed through the quiet night, and a burst of cold air rushed out from within, swirling around them like a gust of wind. Swirling around them like a gust of wind. Inside the box was a single object, a stone, glowing faintly with a sickly green light. It was smooth to the touch, yet it seemed to hum with energy, as though it were alive. The moment Mia's fingers brushed against it, she felt a surge of power, a jolt that shot through her body like lightning. The ground beneath her trembled violently, and a low, rumbling voice echoed from the earth itself, deep and guttural. You were always meant to open it. Mia Ashford. Mia froze. Thea froze. Thea froze. The stone pulsing in her hand. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was the same voice that had haunted her throughout this journey, the same voice that had threatened her before. The spirit of Windcrest, but this time, the voice was different. It was stronger, more commanding. It was as if the land itself had awakened fully. And Mia was now its focal point. You thought you could sever the connection. You thought you could destroy me. The voice continued, its tone mocking. But I am mocking, more than just a curse. I am the land. I am the power that flows through these roots, through the soil, through you, and you will never escape me. Mia stumbled back, clutching the stone to her chest as if it were the only thing holding her chest, as if it were the only thing holding her together. She could feel it now. The bond, the spirit's power was seeping through her, coursing through her veins. The land, the curse, her bloodline, they were all tied together in a way she hadn't fully understood until no, I know. She hadn't fully understood until now. No, whispered, her breath ragged. This can't be happening. I destroyed the sigil. I ended the curse. You freed nothing. The voice boomed. The curse is not a spell to be broken. It is a part of you. It is a part of your bloodline, a bond that was forged long before you. The land will always claim what is its own. You belong to me. Mia staggered, her knees weakening beneath her as the spirit's presence grew stronger. The stone in her hand felt like a heavy weight. Its power, like a heavy weight. Its power, overwhelming her, pulling her back into the depths of the curse. She tried to push against it, but the land's energy was relentless, suffocating her. Amelia reached out, grabbing Mia's arm as she fought against the pull of the stone. Mia, please, you have to fight it. This isn't you. You're not bound to this place anymore. You can't let it control you. Mia's vision blurred as the land's power surged through her, and for a moment, she thought she might lose herself to it entirely. The spirit was right. She was bound to it. Her bloodline, her ancestors' pact. She had thought she was free, but the land was not done with her. It had always been a part of her, and now it was trying to claim her once again. But somewhere, deep within, Mia felt a spark of resistance, a reminder of everything she had fought for. She had freed Windcrest. She had freed Windcrest, had broken the curse, and no matter how deeply the land's power ran, she was stronger than this. She was not the product of her ancestors' mistakes. She was her own person. With a final, forceful push, Mia closed her hand around the stone. Mia closed her hand around the stone, drawing every ounce of strength she had left into one last act of defiance. No, she growled, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her. You don't control me. And with that, Mia slammed the stone into the ground, driving it into the ground, driving it into the earth beneath her feet. The world shook. The air crackled with energy, and the land, Windcrest, the spirit, the curse, screamed in rage. The moment the stone hit the ground, the earth trembled violently beneath Mia's feet, as though the entire town of Windcrest was awakening from a long, deep slumber. The energy in the air surged, crackling like lightning. The ground beneath Mia seemed to writhe, and the wind howled around them, fierce and uncontrolled. For a moment, fierce and uncontrolled. For a moment, fierce. World was consumed by chaos, light flashing, the earth splitting, the very foundation of the town shaking as though it were being torn apart. Maya gripped the stone tightly, her fingers burning with the intensity of its power. She could feel Warnbread's ambassador of its power. She could feel it, the land's pulse, the heartbeat of Windcrest, deep within her chest. The connection, the power, was overwhelming, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she might lose herself to it again. But then, something inside her snapped. "No, Shane," whispered through clenched teeth, her voice full of defiance. "I'm not you." With one last surge of strength, Mia slammed her hand down again, pushing the stone deeper into the earth. The pulse grew stronger, the land's power trying to fight towards you back. But Mia held her ground. She could feel the earth shifting, the roots of Windcrest writhing beneath her. It was as if the land itself was trying to pull her into its depths. But Mia resisted. The curse had not been her destiny. She was not a slave to the land. She was her own person, her own force of will. The hum in the air grew louder, filling the space around them with a deafening roar. It felt as though the land was screaming, fighting against her, but Mia did not falter. Her grip on the stone tightened, and she closed her eyes, letting the energy of the earth flow through her, but not to control her. This time, she was the one in charge. "You cannot defeat me," the voice of the spirit rumbled, echoing from the depths of the earth. "You are me, Mia Ashford. You were born to this. The curse is your legacy. You cannot break free from it." The land's voice was cold, angry, but Mia could feel it trembling, its power waning. She had learned its power waning. She had learned its ways, understood its energy. She had broken its grip once before, and now she was doing it again, this time for good. "I'm not your vessel anymore," Mia said, her voice clear and firm. "I'm done. I'm free." With one final, violent push, Mia drove the stone deeper into the earth, and the world seemed to shudder violently as the connection between her and the land was severed completely. The rumbling of the earth stopped, the wind died down, and the oppressive energy that had once clung to Windcrest faded into silence. Mia stood, breathing heavily, her body trembling from the exertion, but the land was still. The hum that had filled the air was gone. The power was gone. Amelia, who had been standing back in shock, finally stepped forward, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you do it?" Mia nodded slowly, her hand still shaking, but her heart feeling lighter than it had in years. "It's over. I finally broke the curse. I severed the connection." For the first time in what felt like forever, the weight that had always pressed on her chest was gone. She wasn't tied to Windcrest anymore. She wasn't bound by the past. The land was free, and so was she. But even as she stood there, a part of her couldn't help but feel an eerie quiet, as though the land wasn't truly done with her yet. But this time, Mia understood. She had learned the power of the land, had learned to control it, and now she was ready to live her life without it. The sun was beginning to rise, casting soft rays of light over the broken stone altar. and the now silent town, Windcrest, once haunted by the curse, was quiet. Still, the air was fresh, clear, untouched by the darkness that had once seeped into every corner. Mia exhaled deeply, feeling the air fill her lungs without the familiar sense of dread. She looked around at the town. Windcrest no longer held the same weight. It had been a part of her, a shadow that had followed her for as long as she could remember. But now she was free. "We did it," Mia said, her voice a whisper, filled with awe and relief. "It's over?" Amelia smiled, her expression softening. "It's over? You're free, Mia. We're free, Mia." Looked down at the stone, now buried in the earth where the sigil had once stood. The energy of the land had quieted. She could feel it, faint but undeniable. The echoes of the land, of the curse, were gone, but the world around her was still. Calm. Mia felt an odd sense of peace settle over her, and she realized it was the first time in her life that she had truly felt like she was standing on her own, without the shadow of Windcrest looming over her. For the first time in years, Mia could feel Theo's future ahead of her, open and wide, full of possibilities. She didn't know what came next, but for the first time in her life, she wasn't afraid to find out. "I think it's time to leave Windcrest behind," Mia said, her voice full of resolve. "Time to move forward." Amelia smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Let's go, Mia. The world is waiting." And together, they turned their backs on Windcrest. The town had been freed, the curse broken, and the journey Mia had started was finally coming to an end. But as they walked toward the horizon, Mia knew that this wasn't just the end of the story. It was the beginning of a new chapter. And this time, the future was hers to write. Mia and Amelia walked further into the night, leaving Windcrest behind them. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, Mia felt a sense of peace that she had never experienced before. The weight of the curse, the darkness that had haunted her for so long, had finally been lifted. Windcrest, a place that had once been her prison, was now free, and so was she. But as they walked, a lingering thought crept into Mia's mind. What lay ahead? She had freed herself from the land, from the bloodline that had cursed her family, but where did that leave her? Who was she? Now that the land's hold had been broken, she had spent her whole life trying to escape the past, but now that it was gone, she was left with the question of what came next. Amelia seemed to sense her unease, walking in step with her. "Mia, what's on your mind?" she asked, her voice filled with understanding. Mia glanced over at her, offering a faint smile. "I'm just thinking about what comes next. I've spent so long fighting the land, trying to free myself from the curse, but now that it's over, I don't know where to go. I don't know who I am without all of this. Without Windcrest." Amelia nodded, her expression thoughtful. "You don't have to have all the answers right now, Mia. Sometimes the most important thing is just to keep moving forward. You've freed yourself from the past, and that's a huge step. You're not bound to Windcrest anymore. Now you get to choose who you are, who you want to be." Mia looked ahead, feeling the weight of Amelia's words. She had spent so long carrying Amelia's words. Burden of Windcrest, the curse, her ancestors packed with the land. But now, the road ahead was open to her. The future was hers to shape. As they continued walking, Mia realized that she wasn't alone anymore. She had Amelia by her side, and Amelia by her side, and that was enough. The journey had been long, but together they faced the darkness, and now they were moving towards something new. The sun began to rise in the distance, casting a soft golden light across the land. The world around them was quiet, peaceful. Windcrest was behind them, but the future was ahead, wide open and full of possibilities. "You know, Mia, Amelia said with a grin. I think this is the beginning of something amazing. Mia smiled, her heart light. Yeah? I think so too. And for the first time in a long while, Mia felt the freedom to choose. The past was no longer her prison, and the future, whatever it held, was hers to create. The land of Windcrest had been freed. And so had Mia. She was she was no longer bound by the past, by the land, or by the legacy of her family. She was free to make her own destiny, and with Amelia by her side, she knew the road ahead would be one filled with hope, with possibility, and with new beginnings.